Welcome to Fanfiction Hub. Please like, subscribe, and hit that notification button for more. We bring quality fanfiction for your enjoyment and hope to better the contents in the future. Now please enjoy. Marvel Captain America in Zon, the villain calls me an ancestor. Book author Iuiu. Book introduction 3 No protagonist, no quality, no moral integrity, no virgin. At the beginning, Roger was lucky enough to be hit by a pain car, and his soul was transferred to Marvel's Captain America Steve Rogers. He also fell into the hands of Hydra and became the Captain of Hydra. From now on, the righteous Captain America is no longer there, and a decent captain who keeps saying "fuck you" is about to appear. Welcome to the new Marvel Universe. Here you will see a brand new Captain America. A teammate cried when he saw it, and the villain saw Captain America bleeding. Teammate, damn it, no one told me that the captain was so uncultured before we formed the team. Enemy, damn, is this guy sure to be Captain America and not the ancestor? Chapter 1 I traveled through time, and I am Captain America. P.S. Brain storage, I tied a zombie here to eat brain buffet, thank you for feeding. The protagonist's soul is transmigrated. He is not the traditional Captain America, he is philandering, uncultured, and anti-hero. Please do not look at the protagonist through the filter of Captain America. Finally, no matter whether you understand it or not, just watch it tilde. Fuck it. Once you say fuck, your whole life will be fucked. This cry of wow not only represents a person's surprise, but also represents the end of a person's life. Looking at the pink two-dimensional pain truck coming towards him at high speed, Roger couldn't help but wonder if he was living in a dream. After all, how could there be such a thing as a two-dimensional pain truck in reality? At least that's what he thought in his heart before the painful truck running at 120 miles per hour ran over Roger like a speed bump. Kids, it's time to travel through time. Faced with the crushing defeat of the strongest heavy truck in the country, Roger died before he even had time to feel the pain. Roger only felt his eyes go dark, and when he opened them again, he found that he was indeed not in a dream but in ice. There were people outside the ice, hammering at the ice with ice picks as if to say, "Hold on, buddy, we will definitely get you out." What a cyber rescue. But it was obvious that Roger was overthinking it. These people were not breaking the ice to save him. He had just been chiseled out of the ice by these people. His body, which had been frozen into an old popsicle, had not yet regained consciousness when he was dragged towards a peculiarly shaped chair. He had only seen this kind of SM-style chair in interrogation rooms or in 18+ places. It is obvious that this group of people has come with bad intentions. But Roger, who had no feeling in his body, could do nothing at this moment except slightly opening his eyes to barely see the outside world. He could only watch helplessly as these big men who looked like bad guys pressed him down on the SM chair. After his legs and hands were firmly fixed, and a metal helmet with an equally strange shape was put on his head. A blonde old bitch came up to him, stretched out her hand and shook her head vigorously. With a smile that was 3 parts smug, 3 parts sarcastic, and 94 parts evil, he whispered in his ear. "Look who's here, isn't this the great hero who defeated the Red Skull and saved the world during World War II? Isn't this the person who is praised as the spokesperson for good qualities such as kindness, bravery, and justice?" Tusk, Captain Rogers, what do you think would happen if one day people discovered that the person they loved was actually from Hydra? I'm curious, are you curious? Listening to the words of the blonde old man, a big question mark slowly appeared above Roger's head. Holy shit, what the hell did that damned 2D pain car do to me? Is this still China? No, the question should be, is this still the original Earth? Hydra, could it be that Marvel supervillain organization? He called me Captain Rogers, he was thawed out of the ice again. What the hell? I'm not going to travel back to Marvel and be reincarnated as Captain America Steve Rogers, am I? That's not right. Even if I traveled through time and space and became Captain America, I should have been thawed by Nick Fury, right? How could I have been carved out by Hydra? Wait, how could I have forgotten this? 80% of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s members are Hydra's people, so it's not impossible for me to fall into Hydra's hands. Totally spicy. This is a complete disaster at the beginning. But Roger is never one to give up so easily. Even if he gets caught by Hydra at the beginning, so what? My destiny is in my own hands, and I have the final say on how to go. Roger's lofty ambitions had just been set when they were severely shattered by reality. Rumlow, activate the brainwashing device. From today on, Captain America will no longer exist. From now on, there will only be our Captain Hydra. As the blond old man spoke, a sturdy man pressed a button on Roger's chair without hesitation. Roger only felt the metal helmet on his head suddenly tighten to cover his eyes, and a creepy blue light began to light up inside. Buho. It's electrotherapy. Zai. I won't tell you anything. Roger only felt a spiritual energy spreading from the top of his head to his whole body, and all the valves in his body were almost opened. To put it bluntly, Roger was about to pee from being electrocuted. Under the violent stimulation of the electric current, Roger's frozen body gradually began to regain consciousness, his brain began to become active. And at the same time, a fragment of memory belonging to the original Captain America was integrated into his memory. Skinny Dog joins the army, experiments super soldier serum, evolves into a devilish muscle man. Clown Show rescues his buddy, fights Hydra, defeats the Red Skull, and finally falls into the Arctic Glacier with the Cosmic Cube. This is the life of Steve Rogers, Captain America. Roger could clearly feel that as these memories merged, the other soul in this body was gradually dissipating. Captain Rogers, who always insisted on his inner justice and carried it through his life, did not feel rejected by Hydra because he was an alien soul. Instead, he used his own soul to block Hydra's brainwashing. Perhaps the person who woke up in this body from the very beginning was not only Roger who traveled through time, but also the original owner of this body, Captain Rogers. When he learned from Hydra that it was already 70 years later, he already knew that he did not belong to this era. These memories are the last gift Captain Rogers left for the new owner of this body, and can also be said to be the last bond Captain Rogers left to this world. As for Captain Rogers, perhaps he has already gone to another world to attend that dance that was 70 years late. By the time the memories were completely merged, Steve Rogers' soul had completely disappeared from this world. From now on, Roger is Captain America himself. He is a real man. As Captain America's soul completely dissipated, Roger could no longer withstand the high-intensity electric therapy from the brainwashing machine on his head, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. In the last moment before he lost consciousness, Roger heard the last words from the outside world. Steve Rogers' memory has been successfully erased and his brainwashing was successful. Now we just need to instill Hydra's ideology into him and he will be used by us like the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier Bucky. Time flies and 1 year later. 2008 USA, New York, wealthy area of Manhattan. Are the nenenenenenenenenenenenene, sunshine rainbow little white horse, tick 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 tilde. In a luxurious villa covering an area of 500 square meters, a shrill cell phone ring woke Steve from his 5-meter-wide bed. From now on, I will call him Steve or Rogers. Except for psychological descriptions, the name Roger is generally not used. Steve casually pulled away the two pretty faces lying on his double-doored pecs, and with a sullen look on his face, he picked up the phone that kept ringing on the bedside table and answered it. No matter who you are, if you don't give me a satisfactory reason, I swear I will stuff your head into PY. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before Nick Fury's deep voice came out. Captain Rogers, sometimes I really wonder how you were chosen to become a super soldier and how you were hailed as Captain America. Or did those decades in the Arctic Glacier freeze your brain? Hearing that it was Nick Fury, Steve sneered and didn't indulge him at all. Things are unpredictable, times are changing and people change too, don't they? Just like I never imagined that decades later my boss would be a walking cotton machine. Chapter 2, Become Stronger by Doing Tasks. Nick Fury on the other end was stunned at first, then immediately realized the meaning of Steve's words and said in an angry voice. Captain Rogers, do you know what you're saying? Just with that one sentence, I can make you the target of public condemnation and ruin your reputation. Oh, are you anxious? I know you are anxious, but please don't be anxious. But if you must be anxious, I can recommend a book to purify your soul. Do you want to read it? Nick Fury mistakenly thought Steve was afraid and was giving in to him in disguise. His tone softened a little and he snorted softly and asked, "What books?" "It's a book about environmental protection, called Protecting Sea." After Steve finished speaking, there was a crackling sound of keyboards banging on the other end of the phone. It was obvious that Steve's last words accurately broke Nick Fury's defense. After a while, Nick Fury's gritted teeth voice rang out again. "Captain Fuck, you have 1 hour to report to the Triskelion building or you won't get a penny of your salary this month." "I am Captain America, can I be threatened by you?" Steve said disdainfully. "Hey, if you dare to deduct a penny from me, I guarantee you'll see the news on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper about the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. bullying WWII veterans and withholding the wages of American WWII heroes." Coal boss, guess who will be the unlucky one then? The coal boss, Nick Fury, fell silent upon hearing this. It seemed like he really didn't dare to do that. If Steve really did that, the Security Council above S.H.I.E.L.D. would call him and scold him within an hour. If things get more serious, he might even be removed from his position as director due to public pressure. As for using his authority to restrict the spread of news on the internet, Nick Fury can only be said to have little effect in America. If Steve leads people to conduct the traditional American parade offline at that time, the situation will only be more unfavorable to him than online. Even Nick Fury doesn't dare to touch the influence of the title Captain America. The more Nick Fury thought about it, the more he felt that he had no way to deal with Steve. Damn it, I am obviously the first correct race in America, why am I being suppressed by a white ghost now? Has society really regressed to the 15th century? Nick Fury became more and more angry as he thought about it, but in the end he didn't dare to say anything harsh to Steve. He just snorted coldly and hung up the phone. "HMPH, this mission concerns your good friend from World War II, Howard Stark's only son. It's up to you to go or not." Steve looked at the hung-up phone, stroking his chin in thought. Since it's about Howard Stark's son, that means Tony Stark. The mission that Nick Fury mentioned should be the kidnapping of Tony Stark by the Ten Rings. Tony, this unlucky kid, has become the captain of Hydra because of the changes of Hydra. Unexpectedly, he was kidnapped by the Ten Rings gang just like in the original plot. But no matter how Tony was kidnapped, the task of rescuing him should be worth a lot of enhancement points. That's right, as a time traveler, although Roger didn't travel physically, his soul traveled into Captain America's body. But this does not mean that he does not have the system necessary for a time traveler. He also has a system. The name of the system is simple and direct. It is called Become Stronger by Completing Task System. As the name suggests, you can get reinforcement points by completing tasks. The strengthening point has only one function, which is to strengthen physical fitness. And the strengthening is not differentiated. Strength, speed, defense, spirit, agility, and so on are all differentiated and strengthened. It is a direct overall strengthening, which strengthens his 5-dimensional map in all aspects. But there is a prerequisite for activating the system, that is, you must first join a camp and then complete the tasks of that camp. When Roger first traveled through time, he had no choice at all. He was brainwashed and imprisoned by Hydra from the beginning. Even though he became Captain America's scapegoat because of his original soul that helped him block brainwashing. But if he had not chosen to join Hydra at that time with his physique 3 times that of a peak human, it would still be risky for him to break out. After all, they are all Hydra special forces equipped with live ammunition, and the Winter Soldier is unknown whether he is there or not. Even though he inherited Captain America's fighting skills, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to get out alive. In addition, after comprehensive consideration, he found that only by joining Hydra could he maximize the benefits of his system. Why? Then let me ask you, what is Hydra? It's a parasite of the world. From SHILD. to governments of various countries, down to mercenaries and killer organizations. These institutions have more or less the influence of Hydra. Just like the Hydra said, if you cut off one of its heads, two will grow back. During World War II, Captain America cut off the head of the Red Skull, the largest of Hydra's heads. But because of this, Hydra hid in the dark, grew more heads, and lurked all over the world, its power increasing instead of decreasing. So what does it mean when Steve joins Hydra? That's the same as the black and white worlds. You can do whatever task you want from whichever side you choose. This prevents him from joining the black or white camp and being unable to complete the other side's mission. For example, his current identity is a double agent planted by Hydra in. Not only can he do Hydra's secret missions, but he can also do S.H.I.E.L.D.'s open missions, and the mission rewards are great. You ask why Hydra still trusts Steve so much and lets him go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. as an undercover agent even though Steve clearly still has his own consciousness. Of course, that means he passed Hydra's loyalty test. At that time, the Hydra tester asked, "Hydra, will you truly complete the mission Hydra assigns you?" "Steve, sincerity is more real than gold. Complete the task and you will get a system reward. It is absolutely sincere." "Hydra, if you were asked to assassinate the president and destroy America, would you do it?" Steve, standing up with a serious face, "I'm ready to go whenever you want." He couldn't even imagine how many points he would gain if he completed this mission. Ugh. The tester looked at the all-green pass on the polygraph and said there was no need to take the next test. Just these two questions are enough to prove that Hydra's brainwashing was very successful, and the previous Captain America has become a thing of the past. Therefore, one of the leaders of Hydra and Nick Fury's direct superior, the Secretary General of the Security Council, Alexander Pierce, was very confident in arranging him to work as an undercover agent for Hydra in. After a year of dual tasks as a double agent, Steve has completed dozens of tasks, large and small, and his physical fitness value has increased from 3 points to 9 points. The peak physique of ordinary people is 1, and the original Captain America's physique is 3. Although the numerical increase seems small, it only increased from 3 to 9. But once the physical fitness exceeds the human limit by 1 point, every improvement is actually a qualitative leap. Just like an ordinary person, even if he reaches the peak of human strength, his punching force is only about 500 kg. But Captain America's physique is only 3 times that of a peak human, but the increase in strength is more than 3 times. His normal strength starts at 3T and can reach 10 plus T when he bursts out with all his strength. The improvement between 1 and 3 is more than 10 times. Now, Steve, who has 9 times the physical strength of a peak human, can easily reach 20 plus T under normal circumstances, and can reach nearly 100 T when he bursts out with all his strength. This value has already caught up with Spider-Man, the second most representative person of Marvel's power. Chapter 3: Natasha Romanoff. Thoughts flashed by. Since Steve decided to take on this task, he didn't have the habit of procrastination. He picked up the pants and white shirt on the ground and put them on. As a result, just as he pulled up his pants and buttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, 2 white and slender hands stretched out from his back, one on the left and one on the right, and unbuttoned the 2 buttons he had just buttoned. 2 soft bodies pressed against Steve's back, and a soft and charming voice penetrated his ears. "Captain Rogers, where are you going so early in the morning? Why don't you do some morning exercises with us sisters first?" Come on, Tilda." Turning his head to look at the twin sisters who were very hungry for his perfect body, Steve resolutely pushed them away and said righteously, "No, I'm in a hurry today and don't have time for morning exercise. Yesterday you two tricked me into doing morning exercises and kept doing them until the evening. Now I just woke up and started doing them again today. I'm not going to work anymore. I have to go save the world now. I have to leave." I have to say, Steve's face is really deceptive. If someone else had said this scumbag quote, they would have been slapped in the face twice. When Steve said this, it was as if a holy light was shining on him. The 2 sisters had no doubt at all. Instead, they looked up at him with admiration. Captain Rogers, you are the greatest hero in the world. We sisters will always wait for your return. Steve's body trembled and he turned back slightly. No, I'm not a hero, but you, my confidants behind the scenes, you are the real heroes. But I carry the mission of the title Captain America. I am destined not to find true love in this life. Being with me will only delay you, so let's just say goodbye. It's not worth waiting for me. After Steve finished speaking, without waiting for the sisters to be moved and try to keep him, he quickly quickened his pace and fled the sisters' villa. Goodbye, my 18th and 19th girlfriends, Tilda. After taking a final look back at the villa, Steve left without looking back. I have been in this world for a year. In addition to completing daily tasks to become stronger, I also want to enjoy myself. With Steve Rogers' perfect handsome face and figure, he is bound to have no shortage of women around him, but he would never choose to hang himself on a tree. He has always been into sex rather than love, and the women around him rarely stay for more than a month. Every time he takes a task, he will leave behind some scumbag quote similar to the one just mentioned and then just pick up his pants and leave. He is a real beast and a scumbag. But Steve doesn't think so. He just wants to give a home to all women in the world. He is just loving. What's wrong with him? On the other hand, although Steve is very playboy in love, he is very serious when doing his tasks. Because he knew that everything he could enjoy now was due to his ever-increasing strength. Only with power can he be qualified to negotiate and even dominate everything. Without power, he can only be a puppet of others, a puppet of Nick Fury of SHIELD, or a puppet of Alexander of Hydra. Just like Captain America Steve Rogers in the original novel, he was led by Nick Fury and used as a gun. Or Bucky Barnes, Alexander's good friend who was controlled by him as a killing machine. Only with absolute power can he change all this. It's almost there. Maybe not only will I no longer be restrained, but I can also free Buggy. Because his physical fitness has reached 10 points, according to the system, a new ability will be awakened, and he is very much looking forward to it. The strengthening points rewarded from this mission to save Tony will definitely improve my physical fitness by more than just a little. Just as he was thinking about it, a black sports car drifted beautifully and stopped in front of him, less than a centimeter away from his toes. The driver's window was lowered, and a pretty face that was no less beautiful than the twin cover girl's appeared. She winked at Steve with her charming eyes. "Handsome guy, where are you going? Do you need a ride?" This wasn't the first time Steve had been approached on the street. In fact, most of his past dozen girlfriends were the ones who hit on him, and he didn't even have to initiate the flirting. 9 out of 10 women, and even men, who approached him were just after his body. But this time it was different. Steve didn't think that the red-haired phantom in front of him just wanted to have a friendly love match with him. Just because her name is Natasha Romanoff. That is the famous poisonous spider Black Widow. However, Steve was not afraid at all that the poisonous spider raised by Nick Fury would bite him, so he pulled the passenger seat open and sat in without hesitation. "Agent Romanoff, it seems Nick Fury is very concerned about that kid Stark. He even sent you his trump card." Natasha started the sports car, shrugged, and said calmly, "Ace, I'm not one of them. In fact, you are Nick Fury's real ace. He said that there is no mission that you can't complete, therefore I have no part in this mission. He just asked me to tell you that the mission details have been handed over to the Special Forces. You are to lead the Special Forces to Afghanistan to complete the mission. You are in full command of this operation. He just wants to see the results." After finishing the business, Natasha immediately put on an interested look. "By the way, did you offend Nick in some way? I can hear a hint of dissatisfaction with you in his tone. It seems like he doesn't want to see you at all right now." Steve glanced at Natasha, who looked gossipy, and replied casually, "It's nothing. It's just that some people's social status is too high now compared to before. It's hard to tell who is the king and who is the king. I just said something to make some people realize their own truth." Natasha raised her eyebrows and didn't dare to continue the topic. Even though she herself was the second most correct female group in America, she didn't dare to casually talk about the first most correct group of women. Natasha didn't say anything, so Steve was naturally happy to be free. He closed his eyes and recovered from the continuous battles. His body seemed a little empty. The ancients were right. There are no fields that can be plowed to death, only cows that can be worked to death. Even if he is far superior to ordinary humans, he will have to admit defeat when facing a round-the-clock battle. Natasha sped all the way to the Triskelion building, the headquarters of SHIELD, at the wild speed of a 5-star citizen of Los Santos. Just as Natasha said, Nick Fury didn't want to see her at all. As soon as he got off the car, he saw that the special forces led by Rumlow had already parked the Quinjet in the square of the Triskelion building and were waiting for him. Nick Fury doesn't even want to let himself in through the door. Natasha dropped the person off, said hello, and then said goodbye to Steve. Nick Fury, that damn Cole boss, won't let a top beauty agent have much rest time. Natasha is probably going to go on to the next mission now. Poor Natasha, she thought she had escaped from her nightmare, the Red House, but she didn't know she had fallen into another evil hand. Chapter 4: Hydra. Steve sighed inwardly and walked towards the Quinjet. After 1 year, Steve has been promoted to captain of the Special Forces team and is very familiar with the team. He made a gesture and led his men onto the Quinjet without any further ado. Entering the cabin, Steve tore off his white shirt and casually took the dark blue stealth combat suit handed to him by Rumlow. After he changed into his combat uniform and sat down, Rumlow handed Steve his vibranium shield and a special rifle with a grenade launcher. Captain, this mission might involve facing an entire terrorist force. You might need this in addition to a shield. Steve casually put the shield behind his back, cosplaying as a teenage mutant ninja turtle, then took the special rifle and looked at it. Rumlow, you understand me best. I prepared my favorite M4A1 Black Knight. However, using a gun is still too primitive for me. Keep it for yourself. This thing will only slow down my attack speed. Steve just played with it for a moment and threw the blacksmith back to Rumlow. As he completes more and more missions and becomes stronger, Steve now likes using guns less and less. Instead, he prefers the thrill of fistfighting. The feeling of dancing with others using physical strength makes him a little fascinated. Maybe this is the after effect of the sudden increase in strength. However, he likes this sequel. How long has Tony Stark been missing? Any clues? Rumlow took out 2 documents, one with the Shield Eagle logo and the other with the Hydra logo. He threw the Shield copy on the ground like trash, handed the Hydra copy to Steve and said, "It's been 2 months since Tony Stark disappeared. Nick Fury's useless Shield agents haven't found any clues or information in 2 months. All they've collected is useless information. However, our Hydra brothers lurking in Afghanistan have found some clues. It is said that the 10 Rings launched a large-scale operation 2 months ago and have not been active since then. They must have captured Tony Stark and are now secretly planning something. Yesterday, our people in Afghanistan apprehended a lone member of the 10 Rings. We should be able to pry Tony Stark's prison location out of him. Look, this is what professionalism is. SHIELD is known as the world's secret service organization, and the FBI and CAI have to stand aside, but when it comes to the critical moment, they are still unreliable. When it comes to information collection, we still have to look to Hydra." But Steve was a little surprised and asked, "Tony has been missing for 2 months, how come I didn't know anything about it?" He thought Tony had just disappeared, but he didn't expect that 2 months had passed. If he remembered correctly, Tony had been trapped for about 3 months and then built his own armor to escape. It seems that the time for this mission is quite urgent, otherwise if Tony escapes by himself, won't his mission fail? Rumlow shrugged. Nick Fury didn't initially choose you for this mission. However, all the agents he sent out failed, so he had no choice but to give this mission to you, the captain, with a 100% mission completion rate. Besides, you've been having a hot affair with the twins for the past 2 months, and this matter has nothing to do with Hydra, so we didn't bother you, Captain. Steve nodded in understanding, not showing much surprise. Because he is not the original upright and selfless Steve Rogers, he only chooses the tasks that Nick Fury assigns that he likes, that is, the ones with higher enhancement points. He simply refuses to clean up the mess for the ones he doesn't like and is not under Nick Fury's control at all. This also led to Nick Fury not trusting Steve as much as in the original book. Although he would assign tasks to him, he rarely gave him core tasks. Unless Nick Fury has no other choice. Steve didn't care about it. He said, "I'll do less missions for S.H.I.E.L.D. and more missions for Hydra. You, a black-blooded bastard, don't trust me, but Hydra trusts me very much." In Hydra, he can choose any mission he wants, and people will give him priority. No matter whether it is a black or white mission, it will make you stronger anyway, so it doesn't matter. This also led to Steve's status not improving quickly in S.H.I.E.L.D., but rising quite quickly within Hydra. As for Alexander Pierce's Hydra, except for Alexander himself, he is already the one with the highest status, one level higher than Crossbones Rumlow. On the same level as the members of Hydra lurking in Congress. He is the type who can mobilize most of Hydra's resources to serve him as long as he doesn't make any mistakes in principle. For example, the Hydra Special Forces lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. are already his direct subordinates in Hydra. First, we'll go to the Hydra base in Afghanistan and interrogate Tony to find out where he's being held. We need to make quick work of this mission. Understood, Rumlow nodded and immediately ordered the pilot to fly towards the Hydra stronghold. All members of the Special Forces are members of Hydra, so there is no need to hide these things. The Quinjet was very fast, and Steve only took a short nap before he arrived at Hydra's base in Afghanistan. What he didn't expect was that Hydra actually adapted to the local customs, and its base was also a terrorist organization. And judging from its size, it is not small. It is estimated that it cannot be underestimated in Afghanistan, which is full of talented people. It's true that the land and water nurture the people. Steve led his men out of the Quinjet with an expressionless face. Under the gazes of the branch members along the way, they soon arrived at the place where the captured 10 Rings member was being held. When the 2 Hydra members guarding the gate saw Steve and others, they quickly lowered their heads and opened the iron gate for him from both sides. Steve walked in slowly with the fully armed Special Forces team. The room was very dark, and there was no light at all unless the iron door was opened. Only through the sunlight shining through the door could one see a man covered in wounds and wrapped in a white turban, hanging from the ceiling with iron chains. Steve looked at the dying man, frowned, and turned to the local Hydra member guarding the gate. Even after beating him like this, he still didn't say anything. I didn't expect that the people from the 10 Commandments gang were so tough. The 2 gatekeepers looked at each other, both confused. Say, what? Steve. Rumlow. Special Forces. Good fellows, you just stand here and fight without asking any questions. Steve's forehead veins popped out. If you don't know what to ask, why hit him? The 2 gatekeepers replied as if it was a matter of course. This is the custom here. No matter who you are, even if you're the president, if you're caught by the local forces, you'll be beaten first. Chapter 5 Parachute. What parachute? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? What the hell is this custom? After hearing this, Steve looked at Rumlow in disbelief, and in his heart he just wanted to retract his words praising Hydra's professionalism. Professional? What the hell is this professionalism? What kind of rotten fish and shrimp are these? They really think they are the local terrorist force. Rumlow was also speechless and told Steve with his eyes that there was nothing he could do. In order to better lurk in the local area, Hydra recruited many members from the local area, so it was normal that they would have strong local customs. Steve covered his face and waved his hands impatiently. Get out of here, leave the rest to us. The 2 gatekeepers seemed to realize they had done something wrong and quickly retreated. After the 2 local idiots left, Steve grabbed the hanging man's white turban and raised his drooping head. Tell me, where is Tony Stark? Unexpectedly, the man who was tortured beyond recognition was already prepared. His cheeks were puffed up like a toad, and the moment he raised his head, he spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm that he had been holding in for who knows how long, just like Bulbasaur. But what kind of person is Steve? He is Captain America, a superhuman with a physical fitness of 9, and his reaction speed is so fast. Very quickly, Steve was not careless. He dodged Bulbasaur's water gun attack in 0.01 seconds at lightning speed without a trace of disgusting sputum on his body. UI. As long as I dodge fast enough, I won't be hit, ha ha ha. He dodged it, but the deputy Captain Rumlow standing behind him was unlucky and was sprayed in the face with thick sputum. Rumlow wiped off the thick layer of bloody phlegm on his face trembling with anger, and he was about to pull out a gun and shoot this grandson. Son of a bitch, if I don't kill you today, I'm not going to be called Crossbones anymore. I'm going to be called your fucking chicken forkbone. Steve quickly held down Rumlow, who was pulling out his gun excitedly, and comforted him. Don't be impulsive, old Lang. This is our only clue to Tony Stark, and it didn't cause you any real harm. We who are doing big things need to be prudent. Stay calm. Fuck you, I didn't spit in your face, so of course you're full of it. Come on and try it. Rumlow became even angrier when he heard this and was about to wipe his phlegm-covered hands at Steve. Steve quickly let go of Rumlow and kicked him towards the other members of the Special Forces. Hurry up and hold down your deputy captain. No one is allowed to let go without my order. Although the several Special Forces members who were bumped by Rumlow were full of disgust and reluctance, they had the concept of superiors and subordinates in Hydra deeply engraved in their minds, so they had to obey the captain's orders and hold down their deputy captain. Even if his hands were stained with Rumlow's disgusting liquid, he dared not let go. While Rumlow was still trying to break free, Steve quickly persuaded Bulbasaur, oh no, the man from the 10 rings. You saw it too, that powerful blow from you has completely enraged this burly man whose face clearly shows he's not to be trifled with. If you fall into his hands, an easy death would be a luxury. Well, I believe you recognize who I am. I am Captain America. If you tell me where Tony Stark is being held, I swear on my honor as Captain America that I will never kill you. How about that? Steve's combination of a big stick and a sweet date scared the men of the 10 Commandments gang, who originally thought they were going to die. Who wants to die if he can live? And Captain America's words should be trusted. The man quickly obeyed his will, and Steve didn't even need to torture him. With Captain America's personal charm, he got the man to tell him where Tony Stark was being held. After marking the coordinates, the kind expression on Steve's face immediately disappeared. He nodded expressionlessly and turned to Rumlow. Okay, let go of your vice captain, Rumlow, he'll be in your hands. The man was stunned at first, then reacted and cursed. You don't keep your word, I'll fuck you. After Steve finished speaking, he walked out leisurely with his men, with the men from the 10 Rings gang behind him greeting his ancestors. Waiting for him is an enraged Hydra top henchman, Crossbones Rumlow Bullock. Captain America is not trustworthy. What does it have to do with me, Captain Hydra? 10 minutes later, when Rumlow came back, he was covered in blood. No need to guess, it must have belonged to that unlucky guy from the 10 Rings gang. Just looking at the amount of blood splattered on Rumlow's body, you can tell that guy has definitely gone to see God. Oh no, people here can probably only go see Mephisto, or the goddess of death. Tusk so miserable tilde. This incident also tells us a truth: for the sake of your own life, please do not spit anywhere tilde. Knowing the coordinates, it was quick. The Quinjet took off and found the cave where the 10 Rings gang was hiding in less than an hour. Steve also knew that it was time for him, the protagonist, to take action. As they were getting closer, Steve ordered someone to open the rear hatch and look down casually at the ground, which was at least several hundred meters away. Rumlow, you take the special forces to clean out these 10 Rings gang members on the periphery. I will personally rescue the stupid hostages in the cave. No one is allowed to enter without my order. Understood. This was not the first time Rumlow had worked with Steve. He knew that Steve always liked to act alone, so it was enough for him and others to be responsible for clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers and the mopping up operations. The reason why Steve did this was simple, because all the system tasks needed to be completed by him personally. Each time, the system will prompt whether the task is completed and how many reinforcement points are rewarded only after the task is completed. Especially for tasks involving heavyweights like Tony Stark, he has to complete them personally. Later on, the protagonist will be promoted to the head of the snake, and the tasks completed by his subordinates will also be considered completed by the protagonist. When the cabin was fully opened, Steve jumped down without a parachute. Oh hell! The air was filled only with Steve's excited howls. Rumlow's new deputy was bewildered. "Hey, Captain Rogers, did he bring a parachute?" Rumlow glanced at him and smiled. "No, he doesn't need such things." The original Captain America dared to jump from hundreds of meters in the sky to the sea or the ground. Now that Steve's physical fitness has improved several times, he is even less afraid. Just a few hundred meters, as if walking on flat ground. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Steve held the shield in front of him and appeared like a cannonball. DONG. Steve landed and used his shield to smash a 10 Rings terrorist who looked up after hearing the noise from head to toe into a pile of mud. Then Steve rolled over to relieve the force and rushed forward more than 10 meters. He threw out a flying shield which chopped off the heads of several terrorists guarding the cave entrance in an extremely unscientific arc. Finally, the shield hit the mountain wall, turned around, and returned to Steve's hands. It's so off the mark. Chapter 6. Tony, your Uncle Rogers is here to save you. If you ask about the principal, Steve himself doesn't know either. Anyway, after he inherited the memory of the original Captain America, he was able to use the shield in such a variety of ways. Cool. Steve caught the shield that flew back, shook off the blood stains on it, and showed his shining white teeth at the corner of his mouth. Close combat is my talent, and flying shield is also my hobby. After dealing with the guards at the entrance of the cave, Steve did not stop. Amid the barking of dogs from the surrounding 10 Rings gang members, he rushed into the cave at ghostly speed under the hail of bullets. Hey, as long as I'm fast enough, the bullets can't catch up with me. Thunderplow hot knife. The moment he rushed into the cave, Steve opened his strong and powerful arms and smashed the throats of the 2 unlucky guys who were lying in ambush on both sides of the cave entrance and preparing to launch a sneak attack. You're trying to launch a sneak attack under my eagle-like eyes, you're just kidding. Carrying 2 dead unlucky guys in his arms, Steve did not stop and suddenly made a powerful left kick towards the corner in front of him. Antelope kick. Bang! The first member of the 10 Commandments gang who heard the noise and rushed out of the cave at the corner ahead was kicked in the chest by him and flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the wall and turning into a puddle of mud. The power of 9 plus super serum is so terrifying. Soon, dense footsteps were heard from deep inside the cave. The 10 Rings gang team that was on guard in the cave arrived. Seeing this scene, they raised their guns and shot at Steve without saying a word. Bang bang bangs. Steve was not at all panicked by this. The gun was fast 7 steps away and I am fast within 7 steps. Spinning and jumping. I close my eyes tilde. Steve dodged bullet after bullet with difficult gymnastic moves and quickly approached the 10 Rings gang that was firing. The 10 Rings gang of more than a dozen people fired a volley of shots in this narrow cave, but they didn't hit Steve with a single shot. Was it because of his elegant movements? No, actually it was because Steve used the 2 unlucky guys hanging on his left and right arms as meat shields. What is a vibranium shield? How can a human shield be used? And these 2 unlucky guys are multifunctional. Not only can they be used as meat shields, but they can also be used as weapons. The tiger is about to join the flock of sheep tilde. Steve grinned cruelly, grabbed the ankles of the 2 guys, and in slow motion with his left and right hands, he used the few to bully the many, grabbed the 2 and smashed them towards the terrified 10 Rings gang. This is the passionate combination skill between him and the golden horn and silver horn in his hands. That scene was simply too brutal. Under Steve's terrifying force of over 20 tons, the broken limbs and arms of the 10 Rings gang members were scattered everywhere. No one who was hit by him died intact. When the massacre was over, even the two guys who were used as weapons by Steve were left with only the two legs he held. After just over 10 seconds, a team of more than 10 people from the 10 Rings gang was easily counterattacked and wiped out by Steve. At the same time, Tony, who was secretly making the first generation of armor parts deep in the cave, moved his ears and frowned. Why do I seem to hear the sound of fighting outside? The sound of fighting outside woke Tony up from the manufacture of armor parts, and he looked at the iron gate in confusion. Just as I was about to lean over the door to listen carefully, a burst of violent gunfire and screams came from outside the iron gate. The gunshots stopped abruptly in less than 10 seconds, and so did the screams that accompanied the gunshots. Tony and Ethan, who was helping him, looked at each other, and both of them turned pale at the same time. Tony, who has been trapped for more than 2 months, is not naive enough to think that someone has come to rescue them. If those American soldiers with lung fog could really find him, they would have come long ago. Why would they wait until now? What is most likely to happen now is a gunfight between terrorists. Afghanistan lacks everything except terrorist forces. It is normal for people to fight with each other for territory. Even if someone came to rescue him, Tony didn't think he would be saved. Judging from the brutality of this group of terrorists who call themselves the 10 Rings Gang, if rescue really came, they would probably choose to kill themselves first. Damn it, my battle armor is almost finished. Why did an accident happen at this moment? Tony cursed angrily and looked at the armor parts that were already 90% completed, with cold sweat pouring down his face. At this point in time, it is obviously too late to build the last 10% of the armor, and even if all the parts of the armor are complete, there is not enough time to assemble the armor and start the power system. Tony had no way to deal with this sudden change. He could only rush forward and use a wrench to jam the iron door, trying to buy some time. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that there really was someone outside to save him, and that the person who saved him could reach him before the terrorists, otherwise he and Ethan would be really finished. But during the previous times when he was taken out to fight, Tony had secretly observed the structure of the cave and the 10 Rings guards inside the cave. The cave was winding and it took at least several hundred meters to reach him, and there were dozens of guards on duty in the cave. Could anyone really reach him before the 10 Rings guards chose to kill him? Tony thought that no one could be so fast, not even the most elite troops in the world. Boom! Tony and Ethan didn't have to worry for long. As they watched anxiously, the iron gate that held them suddenly made a loud noise. The powerful external force knocked a conspicuous human-shaped bulge into the iron gate. Wardfa, what's going on? Tony was shocked. So fast, was it the killers or was it another force? And is the humanoid mark on the iron door real? Is the person coming here really a human? Dong. Before the two could guess whether the 10 Rings gang or someone else arrived first, there was another loud bang, and the iron gate flew into the cave along with the body of a terrorist. Little Tony, your Uncle Rogers is here to save you. Steve kicked the last terrorist in the cave so hard that he was stuck on the iron gate and couldn't be pulled down. Then he kicked the man and the iron gate into the cave together and rushed in excitedly like a big monkey. Strengthen your strength, I'm coming. As a result, Comrade Steve had just rushed in when he was quickly driven out by the stench inside. Sigma, Tony, you damn bastard, did you poop inside? Why does the whole smell like fermented dog shit from 1982, as disgusting as that? Tony was stunned when he saw Steve standing at the entrance of the cave with disgust and refusing to come in. You are. Steve thought Tony recognized him, so he immediately raised his head and chest and raised the iconic five-pointed shield, and his Captain America demeanor suddenly became prominent. He cleared his throat and said, Hee, that's right, I am the embodiment of justice, the hope of America, the world's first superhero, I am. You're the jerk who stole my December Twins cover girl last year. Steve was interrupted by Tony's angry rebuke before he could finish his words. Steve's brain almost crashed. He didn't expect Tony's first words to be this. But when he thought about it carefully, December cover girl. Aren't they the cute twin sisters that he dumped this morning? They seem to have boasted to me that they were the cover girls of a famous magazine and that they had hooked up with me in December last year. It seems that Tony's prey was accidentally snatched away. Tilda. Chapter 7. I'm the one being picked up. No, what do you mean by robbing? This is called strength. Steve smiled smugly at Tony. Boy, you got one thing wrong. I didn't flirt with the twin sisters, they flirted with me. I'm the one who got picked on. Tony, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Steve looked at the bewildered Tony, held his breath, walked up to him and patted his shoulder earnestly. Young man, if you're new, practice more. You can't handle the twin sisters with your small body, only I can handle them. You can only satisfy them financially, but they spend money to satisfy me, so do you understand the gap between us? Tony was petrified when he heard this. For the first time, he felt that he had lost so completely. I finally fell in love with you, but you made me lose so completely, damn. As Tony's half-uncle, Steve couldn't help but comfort his nephew when he saw how devastated he was. Don't be discouraged, nephew, the twins have now broken up with me peacefully. If you don't mind taking over, you can go back and try to win their hearts with your money, Tilda. But I guess it's not possible. After all, it's hard for someone who has ridden an elephant to want to ride a pony again, Tilda. Thank you so much for your comfort, but I don't have the habit of taking over. Tony slapped Steve's hand away and raised his middle finger to show his gratitude. You're welcome, I'm always good at comforting people, Tilda. Steve gladly accepted Tony's thanks, looking like a warm man who didn't notice Tony raising his middle finger. There was an awkward silence in the air. Tony stared at Steve for a long time, then slowly said, "You know what? I've heard many legendary stories about you from my father. But now that I've actually seen you in person, I've discovered that you're nothing like what I imagined, and you're even further removed from the perfect incarnation of God my father described." Tony felt very complicated as he looked at Steve standing in front of him. He didn't expect that when he was in desperate situation, the only person who came to save him would be the guy his father Howard Stark often talked about during his lifetime. The guy who made him a little envious and jealous, the guy who Howard praised countless times, but the praise he gave to his son was not even 1% of that. Steve couldn't help but tease Tony when he heard his familiar words. Oh, what? Are you also going to say that there's actually a little green in my blue eyes? What Tony said reminded Steve of a line Baron Zemo said in Captain America 3: Civil War in his previous life, which left a deep impression on him. I have been investigating you, studying you. It was only until now that you are so close to me that I discovered that there is a hint of green in your blue eyes. You also have flaws. It's similar to what Tony said, both saying that Captain America is not perfect after all, and there are differences between him and what has been rumored. What eyes? I'm talking about you. You're not as rigid as I thought. You're even a little advanced in your thinking. Tony was a little confused about Steve's train of thought. Was he talking about the eyes? Steve smiled when he heard this and patted Tony's shoulder again. What kind of person I am has never been determined by others. What kind of person you think I am should not be described by others. Isn't it enough to just believe what you see? Tony pondered for a moment, curled his lips and reached out to Steve. I think you're right. I shouldn't learn about my savior from others about his true nature. Formally, I'm Tony Stark, the current head of Stark Industries. Steve smiled and reached out to shake Tony's hand, saying, Steve Rogers, captain of the Special Forces of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. The two men let go and Tony raised an eyebrow. What kind of a breakout is this? The name is too long and it sounds like there's no money to be made. How about coming to my company and being the security captain? I'll pay you $1 million a month starting. Tony said this because, on the one hand, he really admired Steve's ability, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to repay Steve for saving him. $1 million a month. Even if Steve slacks off at Stark Industries all day, Tony can easily support him for a lifetime. Forget it, I'm fine the way I am now. This department is at least within the UN system. It sounds a lot better than being a security captain in your place, Tilda. Steve was not tempted by Tony's offer of a large sum of money to poach his talent. 1 million US dollars a month is indeed a lot, but money is just a number. It's enough as long as it is enough, and Steve is not short of it now. Apart from anything else, the benefits of Hydra are pretty good. After completing this year's tasks, the funds in his account have accumulated to more than 10 million US dollars. Of course, this is not entirely the reward for completing the Hydra mission, and part of it is the mission reward from SHIELD. But Hydra's accounted for 90% and SHIELD's accounted for only 10%. There's nothing you can do about it. Nick Fury is just so stingy. He secretly took all of SHIELD's funds to build his crappy safe houses all over the world. Tony nodded when he heard that Steve's department was within the United Nations system, so he stopped trying to persuade him. Instead, he introduced Ethan, who hadn't had a chance to interrupt, to Steve. "This is Dr. Ethan. He was also captured by the 10 Rings. I was able to survive the terrorist attack by the 10 Rings this time. Besides luck, it was all thanks to Dr. Ethan. If he hadn't performed surgery on me and used an electromagnetic plate to absorb the shrapnel in my body, and if he hadn't helped me deal with the 10 Rings gang, I would have died 800 times already." Steve stretched out his hand and shook Ethan's hand, smiling and saying, "Dr. Ethan, I've long heard of your great name. I've heard of your remarkable feat of wiping out the biohazard with just a bottle of hand sanitizer. Seeing you today, I'm convinced you're living up to your reputation." "Ethan, what hand sanitizer, what biohazard? I majored in physics and don't know anything about biochemistry." Tony was speechless. This Captain America was not just slightly different from the one described by his father, they were completely different people in terms of personality. He even suspected that it was because his father, Howard Stark, was a little fan of Captain America that he had automatically beautified the image of this guy in front of him before. But, compared to the Captain America his father described as being too perfect to be human, he actually prefers the current eccentric Steve Rogers. At least this guy looks like a real person. Chapter 8: The First Awakening Biological Force Field. Steve didn't care about the two people's silence towards him. He covered his nose and waved his hands in disgust. "Okay, let's get out of here first. This isn't the place to reminisce about the past. To be honest, it stinks so much here I'm almost suffocating." Tony and Ethan ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in this small cave. You can imagine how delicious the food was after 2 months of accumulation. Luckily, Steve didn't eat breakfast when he came today, otherwise he would have vomited right here. So he was not wrong to say that this was a biohazard. Tony nodded when he heard this. He had already stayed in this hole long enough and was eager to leave. Ethan said, "Me too." The three people who reached an agreement quickly walked out of the cave. Along the way, Tony kept marveling at the broken arms and limbs along the way. Not only is the personality of this Captain America different from the rumors, but his methods are also extremely brutal. My goodness, these wounds don't look like they were caused by hot weapons, but rather by brute force and sharp weapons. Tony glanced at the blood-stained shield behind Steve, and it was obvious who did it. Unexpectedly, the shield his father had made was not used for defense in Steve's hands but for dismembering bodies. It was worthy of being the only vibranium shield in the world. To this, Tony just wants to say, well done. Having been tortured by the 10 Rings gang for 2 whole months, he wished he could tear these damn bastards to pieces with his own hands. How could he think that Steve's methods were cruel? He just felt relieved. Do you really think that he, America's #1 arms dealer, has no temper? Just wait, 10 Rings gang, when I get back, if I don't uproot you, I'll no longer be named Stark but shit big. That's right, after Steve rescued Tony in advance without Ethan's self-sacrifice, Tony's mentality completely changed. Although Tony's mentality has changed a little and he successfully created the Iron Man armor, he has no intention of closing the weapons department of Stark Industries after returning. Instead, he planned to use the steel armor technology created in this cave, as well as other weapons he invented, to launch a bloody tit-for-tat revenge on the 10 Rings gang. After all, Tony is still an arms dealer at heart. You don't really expect him to repay his enemies with kindness like those stupid superheroes in the movies, do you? However, Steve didn't know any of this, nor did he care about it. He just kept waiting for the system's prompt that the task was completed. Finally, when I brought Tony out of the cave, the system's prompt sounded in my mind. Snake Shield Mission, Rescue Tony Stark complete. Reward, Enhancement Points * 500. Damn it. You mean Du Shao? A full 500. You know, he completed dozens of tasks, big and small, throughout the whole year of last year, but the most reinforcement point rewards for a single task were no more than 100. And physical enhancement is 100 enhancement points at a time. In other words, this mission alone allowed him to strengthen himself 5 times. Oh my god, all the tasks he completed last year were only enough for him to strengthen himself 6 times. In other words, this mission is almost equivalent to his efforts for a whole year. Should we say that he is worthy of being one of Marvel's chosen ones? This reward is exaggerated. This also made Steve determined to do more tasks related to Marvel's protagonists in the future. System, give me some physical fitness, all of it. Now the system only has one function to improve physical fitness, and Steve doesn't plan to save these strengthening points, so he directly adds them all to physical fitness. This made his physical fitness suddenly reach a terrifying 14 points, and his strength doubled. But this is not the main point. The biggest surprise this time is not the explosive increase in strength, but the new ability that awakens for the first time after the physical fitness reaches 10 points. Steve closed his eyes and felt the layer of substance on the surface of his hands that was invisible to the naked eye but did exist. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose wildly. Oi, new ability biofield. That's right, it's the biological force field you are thinking of, the conceptual level ability of Clark Kent, one of the absolute protagonists of another DC universe. The uses of bioforce fields can be said to be very wide, including self-defense, extension protection of external objects, flight, and even use as telekinesis, etc. It can be said that its upper limit is very high. Like Superman himself, it is an idealistic ability. In theory, countless other abilities can be continuously derived from the biological force field. Of course, Steve, who had just awakened his bioforce field, couldn't do so much. That was something that only big guys like Superman, who had trained his bioforce field for decades, or even Superman Silver could do. Now he can only use the biological force field to do the most basic protection of himself and external objects. For example, although he previously possessed speed and strength far beyond that of ordinary humans if he was under enemy firepower, he actually did not dare to say that he could guarantee that he could save the people he protected. Because whether it is an accidental stray bullet or his own terrifying force of tens of tons, the people he protects may be killed on the spot at any time. Even if he has a vibranium shield, it won't work. Reality is not a movie. His vibranium shield cannot block all attacks. After all, it is only that big. The vibranium shield was so big that it was hard for him to protect himself, let alone others. But now it's different with the bioforce field. He can not only use the bioforce field to protect himself without blind spots. He can also extend his own bioforce field by touching objects or people to protect others within his bioforce field. This is also why Superman can catch a falling plane at high speed without any damage, instead of crashing directly through the middle of the plane, as Homelander said. Or why Superman is clearly just standing in front of the person he is protecting, but the large-scale explosion cannot hurt the person he is protecting. These are all thanks to the biological force field. Of course, protecting people or objects comes second to Steve. His main purpose is to protect himself with the bioforce field. When his physical fitness reaches 14 points, small and medium caliber thermal weapons basically pose no threat to him. However, large caliber thermal weapons still pose a certain threat, and missiles and above are even more deadly to him. Now that he has a biological force field, let alone being able to withstand a nuclear bomb, at least ordinary missiles can't hurt him at all. 200 tons of ultimate strength plus nearly invincible defense equals I don't eat beef. If he could develop the flying ability of the biological force field, he would basically be invincible in urban warfare. Even a nuclear bomb would hardly threaten him, because he can safely fly away from the explosion range before the nuclear bomb explodes. Of course, the premise is that he flies fast enough tilde. Regarding the first awakening of the Bioforce field ability, Steve could only say that he was extremely satisfied. And this makes him look forward to the next awakening of his ability even more. But next time I need 50 points of physical fitness to awaken, so I still have a long way to go. Chapter 9 Agent 13 Sharon Carter. While Steve was adding points and feeling the biological force field, the Special Forces team outside who were cleaning up the battlefield had already gathered. Rumlow, who had returned to his cold-blooded state, stepped forward to report the mission to Steve. Captain, all the 10 Rings members on the scene have been killed. C4 has been installed in the cave and on the 10 Rings ammunition. Good job, prepare to withdraw, detonate the bomb after takeoff. Steve glanced at the corpse-strewn scene and nodded with satisfaction. Although he was not very satisfied with the performance of Hydra's branch in Afghanistan, the Special Forces team led by Rumlow, which was considered the ace of both SHIELD and Hydra, was still very powerful. For the 10 Commandments gang, a bunch of scum, the Special Forces raid was a dimensionality reduction attack. Whether it's combat quality or weapons and equipment, we crush them in all aspects. This group of little Karamis from the 10 Rings gang couldn't even reduce the number of Special Forces members of more than 10 people. Tony was also looking at the Special Forces team in front of him who didn't look like good people, and teased Steve beside him. Honestly, if I didn't know your identity, looking at your men with murderous looks on their faces, I would probably think you were the leader of some villain organization tilde. Steve, I have to say, you are really good at judging people. But Steve would not say this out loud but said as a matter of course. My team is a legitimate special operations team certified by the United Nations. They are considered an elite team worldwide, so it's normal for them to be murderous. Steve answered casually, and Tony nodded casually. Tony had just asked casually and didn't think much about Steve's answer. After all, how could Captain America be a bad guy, and how could a bad guy come to save him? As everyone boarded the Quinjet and took off, Rumlow pressed the remote control in his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the base of the 10 Rings gang below, the Stark Industries munitions inside, and Tony's Mark prototype in the cave were engulfed in the violent explosion flames. Tony didn't say anything about this. He didn't want others to get his Iron Man armor even if these were just rough parts made by him, so blowing them up together was the best option. Steve didn't say anything either. He had no interest in the Iron Man armor and he didn't want Hydra to get it. Hydra just needs to remain in its current latent state. If it really gets the Iron Man armor, who knows if Hydra will suddenly start World War III. He just wanted to use Hydra to complete missions and become stronger, but he didn't really want to help Hydra conquer the world. Time flew by on the Quinjet. Instead of taking Tony back to SHIELD, Steve sent him directly back to Stark Tower in New York. After eating a few cheeseburgers with Tony, Steve didn't stay any longer and said goodbye and left. After being missing for 2 months, Tony has a lot of trouble to deal with and he doesn't want to get involved. However, he did not return to SHIELD, but asked Rumlow to take the Special Forces back to SHIELD to submit the mission. Not only did Nick Fury not want to see him, he also didn't want to see the bald, one-eyed Blackie whose eyes were full of calculations towards him. If he couldn't beat Big Mom right now, he would have put Nick Fury, the show-off, in a sack, beaten him up and thrown him into the sea. This guy is doing more harm than good to him and the whole world. Captain Rogers, we're here. Happy's voice woke up Steve, who was distracted. He looked out the window and found that he had arrived in the familiar Brooklyn area. Thank you for bringing me back, Happy. You can go back first. Steve thanked Happy, who was in the driver's seat, opened the door and got out of the Rolls-Royce whose model he couldn't name. After Rumlow took his men back to the Special Forces and finished eating a cheeseburger, Steve originally wanted to go back by himself. But although Tony himself didn't have time, he still arranged for his personal bodyguard Happy to send him back. Happy stuck his head out of the driver's seat and sincerely thanked Steve. "It's my honor to bring you back, Captain. Also, thank you so much for saving Tony. You know, he's not only my boss but also my best friend. He is also the son of my comrade. It is only natural for me to save him. You don't have to thank me." Steve smiled nonchalantly, waved his hand, and turned to walk towards his apartment. The apartment he lived in was not big, with 2 bedrooms and a living room and a retro style. It was the residence arranged for him by. He actually didn't live in this house very often. He spent most of the year with his 19th girlfriend. For example, he lived in the twin sisters' villa for the past 2 months and never came back once. But even so, the house is still spotless. Steve pouted. It seemed that his friendly neighbor next door had been considerate enough to help him clean up again. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a noise at the open door, and a white girl with golden hair and a sweet look in Europe and America poked her head in. "Captain Rogers, are you back?" "Sharon, please come in. I just finished a mission and I haven't been back for a while, so I plan to stay here for a while. Thank you for your help in taking care of the room while I'm away." Steve invited Sharon into the house and took out 2 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator. The two sat opposite each other, and Sharon looked at Steve with a smile on her face. "You are a hero to this country, and I am so glad I could do something for you." Steve smiled and didn't say anything. He just opened the can of Coke for Sharon and placed it in front of her. Sharon Carter, an elite trained by Nick Fury, is Agent Number 13 of SHIELD, as well as Captain America's old lover and the niece of Peggy Carter. Of course, she is not called this name now but the alias Sharon Stone. Under the orders of Nick Fury, she disguises herself as his neighbor and secretly protects and monitors Steve. Nick Fury and Sharon Carter thought they were hiding well, but they didn't know that Steve, who had an information gap, had already known Sharon Carter's identity. It's just that Steve couldn't feel any hostility towards this little girl who admired him. Regardless of Sharon's strength or identity, he had no reason to take action against her. What's more, Sharon Carter had no hostility towards him and could not monitor him. With his strength, he could easily shake off the girl. He would never meet with Hydra here, so Sharon Carter's surveillance was completely unimportant to him. Instead, he had an extra pleasing little nanny. The two sat down and drank some iced cola. Sharon's eyes hadn't left Steve since she entered the room. She glanced at the refrigerator, her big watery eyes filled with anticipation as she said, "Captain, you haven't been home for 2 months and there's no food at home. I just bought some fresh ingredients today. Would you like to try my cooking?" Chapter 10: Natasha's Disappearance, New Mission. Steve looked at Sharon's big watery eyes, raised his eyebrows and slowly curled up the corners of his mouth into a meaningful smile. "I have no reason to refuse such a beautiful lady's invitation. I happen to have a bottle of vintage red wine here. Let's enjoy some wine and delicious food, Tilda." Steve stood up and picked up a bottle of 82 Lafite from the wine rack next to him, which he had taken from Alexander Pierce when he took over the Hydra mission. Then he bowed slightly to Sharon and extended his hand like a gentleman. Sharon looked at Steve's hand reaching out to her, and a flash of confusion passed through her eyes, and then she was immediately filled with joy. She reached out and held Steve's warm big hand without hesitation. "Never mind, Aunt Peggy and the captain didn't end up together anyway, and there's no chance for them to be together again now. I'm not trying to steal Aunt Peggy's girl." The two of them walked hand in hand towards Sharon's house next door. "I just took 2 bites of the meal and a symbolic sip of the wine." The two people's main meal today was obviously not based on appetite, but on another indescribable desire of human beings. 10,000 words are omitted here for readers to fill in the blanks. When Steve woke up again, it was already early the next morning. The beauty who was with me last night was no longer by my side. The door of the room was open, and the tempting smell of burnt meat was wafting from the restaurant. I have to say that agents are physically stronger than ordinary people. Steve's first 19 girlfriends last year were all so tired that they had to sleep for a whole day after a fierce battle with him. Who can get up early in the morning like Sharon to make breakfast for him? After sighing inwardly, Steve put on the clean clothes that Sharon had neatly arranged on the bedside table and walked out of the room. Sharon just came out of the kitchen carrying 2 bacon sandwiches. She placed one of the sandwiches, which was 3 times the size of the other, on a plate in front of Steve and said softly, "You didn't eat much last night and you were active all night. I think you must be hungry now, Captain Tilda." Steve rubbed his stomach and found that he was indeed a little hungry. I have to say that what is difficult is not the beauty, but a beauty who is caring and understands you. Sharon Carter, who grew up listening to stories about Captain America and is his little fangirl, is undoubtedly the one who understands him the best. Steve pulled Sharon over and let her sit directly on his lap. He took a deep breath of the fragrance of her hair, picked up the sandwich, and took a big bite. It tastes really good. It's obviously a simple ingredient, but under your cooking skills it becomes incredibly delicious. Maybe this is the blessing of love, Tilda." Sharon's face turned red when she was praised by Steve. Her heart was beating fast and her eyes were almost filled with tears as she stared at Steve. More than 10 years of agent training were completely wiped out at this moment, and his entire mind was occupied by Steve. "He is so good, I love him so much. Captain Rogers. Call me Steve from now on, Tilda." "Steve." The atmosphere gradually became sticky, and the two of them got closer and closer. "Are the nenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenenen sunshine rainbow little white horse, tick 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 Tilda." A shrill cell phone ring interrupted the two people who were planning their second fight at an inopportune time. Sharon Carter quickly moved away from Steve, returned to her seat and lowered her head like an ostrich. Steve frowned, and when he saw the call from Nick Fury on his phone, the veins on his forehead throbbed. Fuck, is this damn little white horse ever going to stop? Steve wanted to hang up directly, but when he thought about the task that Nick Fury had brought him yesterday, which was worth 500 reinforcement points, he was afraid that it was a similar welfare task, so he thought about it and picked up the phone. "Little white horse, speak up. I'll give you 10 seconds to tell me why I shouldn't go to your office and blow your other eye out." Nick Fury didn't say anything back this time. He no longer dared to bet whether this Captain America, whose brain was frozen, was joking with him or serious. What if this redneck suddenly gets crazy and really blows out his only intact eye? Where can he go to seek justice? Nick Fury shuddered at the thought and immediately explained. "Believe me, I don't want to disturb you right after you've finished your mission, but there's a very urgent situation happening. Just yesterday I sent Agent Romanov to Iran to escort a nuclear engineer back. But just an hour ago they were attacked on the way back. Now Natasha and the nuclear engineer are missing. I need you to rescue them immediately." To be honest, Nick Fury really didn't want to find this foul-mouthed captain unless it was necessary, but Black Widow, one of Shield's most powerful agents, lost contact during this mission. If he sent other ordinary agents to rescue, he would probably just give the other party a head. So Nick Frears thought about it and decided to call Steve, the superhuman. Steve frowned. "Natasha was attacked." "What the hell, I just saw her yesterday and she disappeared today. Besides, what kind of attack was it that even Natasha, a poisonous spider, couldn't handle it?" You have to know that this is still the early days of Marvel, an era when superheroes and villains are not everywhere. Top agents like Black Widow are already considered powerful figures in the T1Q. If it were before, Steve would consider whether to accept this task according to his mood. But after tasting the sweetness of yesterday's mission to save Tony, Steve will not hesitate. This is an event concerning another Marvel protagonist. Presumably, like Tony's mission, the strengthening points will definitely not be low. "All right, I'll take this mission. Send me the coordinates of where Natasha last disappeared and I'll go check it out. I've already sent it to your email." After saying that, Steve didn't talk to Nick Fury anymore and just hung up the phone. Steve and Sharon were only 1 seat apart, and Sharon could hear his conversation with Nick Fury clearly. She looked at Steve, her face conflicted, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Steve naturally noticed Sharon's abnormality and said casually, "It's okay to ask or say anything you want to say. With our current relationship, there's nothing we can't talk about. For example, let's talk about your identity as an agent." Sharon's pupils suddenly shrank when she heard this. She stood up suddenly in disbelief and accidentally knocked the plate in front of her off the table. But before it hit the ground, Steve didn't even move his head but stretched out his hand and caught the falling plate accurately and used it to easily catch the falling sandwich. Steve called this move and Steve shuddered. Chapter 11. Sharon Carter is completely conquered by Steve. Sharon didn't notice Steve's show of skill. Her mind was full of what Steve had just said. "When did you find out?" Steve finished the sandwich in his hand in a few bites, then handed it to the stunned Sharon and said in a relaxed tone, From the first day I moved in here, a beautiful neighbor happened to move in next door to me the next day. I noticed it. Although I have been dormant in the ice for decades, my experience fighting Hydra has made me very sensitive to the people around me, especially the agents. Although you've played the role of a nurse almost perfectly, there's a fundamental difference between a nurse and an agent. You may be able to disguise yourself on the surface, but you can't hide your inner sharpness as an agent. When Steve said this, the smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he said with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, "But these aren't the main reasons why I suspect you're an agent. There's another most important reason. Do you want to know what it is?" "What is it?" Sharon stared at Steve blankly, her mind blank, completely losing the self-judgment ability of a top agent. Love can make a person blind, even for a secret agent like Sharon Carter. But Steve won't. Because he's a scumbag. But what Steve said next was from the heart, because it was the most profound memory left by this body. Steve sighed softly. "Because I see the shadow of an old friend in you, the shadow of the world's most powerful female agent. Her name is Peggy Carter." "Aunt Peggy!" Sharon screamed and immediately covered her mouth, realizing that she had accidentally let something slip. But she immediately discovered that Steve was not surprised at all by what she had just said, and his expression remained calm. Sharon couldn't help but wonder, "You even know that Peggy is my aunt?" Steve shook his head and said involuntarily, "I don't know, I just have some guesses. After all, it's rare to find an agent with a temperament so similar to Peggy." Steve Rogers himself did not know Sharon's identity, but he knew the other soul in this body, Roger. When Sharon heard this, she looked at Steve with a strange look in her eyes and whispered, "You guessed that I had a relationship with Aunt Peggy and you still attacked me. Isn't this a bit perverted? Niece and future uncle this. Just thinking about it is thorny cough cough." Steve was confused. "What?" Sharon's voice became increasingly weak. "Because I am Aunt Peggy's niece and you are her ex-boyfriend, is it morally wrong for us to do this?" Steve was filled with questions. "No, ladies, is this right? Weren't you the one who sent me the signal first? I'm the one being seduced, okay? Now you're actually pulling out that ruthless thing and saying I'm wrong, Ward." But as a man with high emotional intelligence, Steve would never say that. Instead, he changed his words to those of the original owner of this body. "Sharon, Steve Rogers doesn't belong to this era. He belongs to the era 70 years ago when Peggy was still waiting for him. Now, although Peggy is still here, she no longer belongs to the me now. She has her own life, a family, a husband, and 2 children. I shouldn't bother her anymore." The old Steve had already died the moment he woke up from the ice and realized he had missed the dance with Peggy. What survived was just a soul without a home in this era. This soul is lonely but also free. He is not the Steve Rogers of 70 years ago. He is the brand new Steve Rogers of this era. So whether you fall in love with me or I fall in love with you, there's nothing wrong with that and you don't have to feel any psychological burden because of it. Because I'm no longer Peggy Carter's Steve Rogers, I belong to myself. Steve finished speaking in one breath without blushing or beating his heart, and he did not feel guilty at all. Because these were all true words, he just used another way to express the changes that happened to this body. As for how to understand these words specifically, it depends on how Sharon herself imagines it. And Sharon did not disappoint Steve, and at this moment the agent's powerful imagination ability came into play at an inopportune moment. This allowed her to imagine a reasonable explanation for why Steve became so unruly after waking up, which was very different from the rumored personality. Anyone who wakes up and finds that 70 years have passed, all his former friends and comrades have been hanged on the wall, and his only love has been missed and he already has a husband and children will not be able to accept it. This also causes Steve's personality to change so much. Because he is constantly trying to integrate into this new era and accept people of the new era. But as Steve said, he is like a lonely soul without a home in this era, and the people of this era can never perfectly match him. This must be why Steve had 19 girlfriends in 1 year. Because he is still searching for his new self alone, looking for the right person. He is so great, I love him so much. Steve, you won't have to face the new era alone anymore. I will always be with you forever. After Sharon figured it out, her face was full of heartache. She couldn't help but stand up and hugged Steve's head, letting him lean on her C cup, trying to give him some warmth that belonged to this era. Although Steve didn't know what Sharon was imagining, it didn't stop him from feeling warmth from it physically. The two of them were affectionate for a while, and Steve used his strong willpower to force himself out of Sharon's arms and said, I know you will always be with me because you are different from them all, you are the most special one to me. This is the nth time Steve has said this. He always says this when his new girlfriend has a new career. Because to him, every girlfriend with a different profession is really special. There had never been an agent girlfriend before, at least not in Roger's soul, so it is not an exaggeration to say that Sharon is the most special one among them. Of course, Sharon didn't know this. She had been coaxed by Steve's sweet words and became more and more obsessed with him. Sharon's tender eyes make it difficult for a man to resist making mistakes. But Steve held back today because he had more important things to do. Although I really want to stay with you for a while longer, as you just heard, Natasha is missing and my whereabouts are unknown. I have to rush over right now. Chapter 12. She runs away and he chases her. She can't escape even if she has wings. Tilda. Although Sharon's mind was full of Steve, as an agent she could still distinguish between the important and the unimportant. She immediately got up and went next door to get Steve the stealth combat suit he wore yesterday and his standard vibranium shield. Steve didn't hesitate and took off all his clothes in front of Sharon, put on a stealth suit, and placed the shield on the suction device on the back of the suit. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Steve's temperament immediately changed after he put on the stealth combat uniform. He instantly transformed from a sunny and cheerful big boy into a calm and cold super soldier. While Steve was changing clothes, Sharon also changed into a SHIELD combat uniform and said, I'll go with you. Steve reached out to stop her and shook his head. No, this is not your mission. The strength of our opponent this time is unknown. Even a top agent like Natasha is no match for them. I don't want you to be in danger because of this. Sharon was very touched when she heard this, and she knew that Steve was right. If she went, she might only hold him back, so she didn't insist. I understand, but if you are in danger, you must inform me. No matter what the cost, I swear to save you. Steve nodded, stopped stalling, and turned to leave. An hour later, Iran, somewhere on the border. A Quinjet landed from the sky on the edge of a cliff. The cockpit opened and Steve flipped out of it. These are the last coordinates that Nick Fury sent him before Natasha lost contact. He did not bring the Special Forces team with him on this mission, but chose to come alone. Because the enemy's information is unknown, having more people does not provide an advantage but will instead slow down his search speed. Steve took one look at the crashed Jeep at the bottom of the cliff and jumped down to land in front of the Jeep at the bottom of the cliff. The cliff was only a few dozen meters high, so Steve didn't even need to bend his legs. He pulled open the deformed and stuck Jeep door and looked inside the Jeep. Steve raised his eyebrows. There was blood in the Jeep but no body, and there was a hole cut by a laser in the chassis. Apparently, Natasha successfully escaped with the nuclear engineer by cutting open the bottom of the car. Steve was not surprised by this result. After all, he is one of Marvel's protagonists. How could he die so easily? Knowing that Natasha was not dead and his mission had not failed, Steve was no longer so anxious. Start checking for other clues. He soon discovered the real culprit that caused the Jeep crash. That was a conspicuous fist mark sunken into the front hood, which showed that someone had used enormous force to force the moving Jeep to stop with a punch. Fist huge power. The connection between these two words instantly made a figure appear in Steve's mind. Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. If it's Bucky, then it's no wonder Natasha is no match for him. Bucky was injected with a pirated super serum made by Dr. Zola of Hydra and was equipped with an extremely powerful robotic arm. His combat power is no less than that of Captain America in his normal state, and even the evil Bucky is slightly better. In the early days, it can be said that Bucky is Hydra's trump card. Hey, then my mission this time will become a dog-eat-dog situation, right? He is now also a Hydra member, but he has to rescue Hydra's target. This is really the unpredictable life. But Steve did not intend to give up the mission. On the contrary, he became even more excited after knowing that the other party was the Winter Soldier. It's really hard to find anything even if you try hard to find it, and it takes no effort at all to get it. In the previous year, I don't know if Pierce was afraid that if Bucky met him, it would affect the brainwashing of both parties, so he never let the two meet. At that time, his strength was not enough to overthrow Hydra, so he didn't want to take the initiative to look for Bucky so as not to alert the enemy. Now that I have awakened my biological force field, I can be said to be invincible inside Hydra. Even though he has no plans to leave Hydra for the time being, he is planning to transform himself from a chess piece to a chess player. And what kind of chess player is he without pieces, so he needs to have some pieces of his own. And Bucky, the former good friend of himself, is undoubtedly a good chess piece. Powerful yet easy to master. But unexpectedly, before I could take the initiative to look for Bucky, he came to me on his own. It seems that this mission will not only gain reinforcement points, but also a loyal chess piece or brother. After all, he inherited this body. If he just used Bucky as a pawn, he would be a complete jerk. But the most urgent thing now is to find Natasha as soon as possible, otherwise it will be dangerous if Bucky finds her first. Bucky, the Winter Soldier of Hydra, is extremely dark. Even Black Widow could easily become a dead widow if she is not careful. Steve looked around, his enhanced eyes scanning the details in every corner of the cliff like a scanner. Sure enough, a mark unique to SHIELD was found in an inconspicuous corner. This is the guiding signpost Natasha left for the reinforcements, so that the reinforcements can know her general direction of movement if they cannot contact her. Seeing this mark, Steve was not happy. Instead, he became more worried about Natasha's safety and shook his head. Natasha, you're being too clever. You shouldn't have used the SHIELD logo. Because although this mark is unique to SHIELD and only insiders know its meaning, the person chasing her is an insider of SHIELD. He is the leader of Hydra, who is one level higher than Nick Fury in SHIELD, Alexander Pierce's trump card, the Winter Soldier. How could he not know the meaning of the SHIELD logo? So Natasha is in danger. And just as Steve expected, Natasha fled with the nuclear engineer to a remote town on the Iranian border. This town is very primitive with low earthen houses as the buildings. There are very few modern facilities and even few electric lights. But it was precisely because of this that Natasha chose to stop here. With fewer modern devices and no signal sources, the possibility of being tracked will be lower. But Natasha still did not take the engineer to the only accommodation in the town. Instead, she carefully chose an abandoned two-story residential building for temporary rest. It was not until she brought the engineer into a room in a residential building and leaned against the cold wall that Natasha finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the turned-off satellite phone and planned to restart it to ask Nick Fury for help. Although Nick Fury should have noticed something was wrong and rescued her after she lost contact, she still planned to confirm with Nick Fury and report her current situation and coordinates. But what Natasha didn't know was that the marks she had left along the way were originally for reinforcements, but now they became clues for the enemy to find her. She marked everything along the way, and the Winter Soldier followed the marks all the way. Now he has come to the roof of a residential building not far from Natasha, holding a thermal imaging sniper rifle and aiming at the residential building where she is. Dangerous. Natasha, a top agent and killer, suddenly felt the hairs on her arm standing up while she was holding the satellite phone. Her sixth sense gave her a frantic warning, and she subconsciously tilted her body. The next second, bang. A bullet penetrated the wall she was leaning against and pierced her abdomen, but because Natasha subconsciously deflected, the bullet fortunately did not cause her fatal injury. Chapter 13. Don't worry, kids, Captain America is here. But unfortunately, this shot also made Natasha say goodbye to Bikini Forever Tilda. However, Natasha's luck does not mean that everyone in this house will be so lucky. The nuclear engineer who was sitting opposite Natasha to rest was shot in the head and killed. Damn it, Natasha only had time to curse when she saw this. She immediately covered her wound with one hand and pulled the engineer's body with the other hand and hid in the corner of the room. Natasha felt the engineer's pulse and found that he was dead. She broke out in a cold sweat. How could the enemy arrive so quickly? How did they find us? Was it the tracker, or was the mark I made discovered? Natasha believes that she may not be the strongest agent, but she must be one of the agents with the best hiding ability. She cleaned up the traces of her escape perfectly along the way. Even if the most professional search team in the world came, they would not be able to find my whereabouts so quickly. So apart from the tracker and the marks she left behind being discovered, she couldn't think of any other reason why she could be tracked down by the enemy so quickly. But Natasha checked and was sure that neither she nor the engineer had any trackers on them. She even threw away and turned off the shield locator and satellite phone when she escaped, for fear that the enemy would detect her signal. So it can't be a tracker. Then there is only one truth: the mark she made was discovered. Natasha's face suddenly darkened. Because this not only means that her mark has been discovered and the other party can see through SHIELD's unique mark, but also means that there is a mole in SHIELD. Ping pong. However, she had no time to think about the traitor inside SHIELD as a round object flew in through the window and landed not far from her feet. Sukabuli, it's a grenade. Natasha opened her eyes wide, and without hesitation she kicked the engineer's body next to her towards the grenade. Without stopping for a moment, she ignored the gunshot wound on her waist and rushed out the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the engineer's body was blown all over the room, but it was because of his final contribution that Natasha was lucky enough to survive the close-range explosion again, but she was blown into the corridor outside by the shock wave of the explosion. This mission is even more difficult than the one in Budapest. Dung dung dung. Before Natasha, who was lying on the ground, could catch her breath, a low sound of footsteps came from the depths of the corridor, and a pair of black military boots appeared in her peripheral vision from the corner of the corridor. Seeing this, Natasha didn't even raise her head but quickly drew her gun and fired several shots at the owner of the foot. Bang bang bang. Ding ding ding. However, the sound of the bullet hitting the flesh was not heard, but the sound of metal colliding echoed throughout the corridor. Natasha looked up and her pupils shrank. She saw that the man had blocked all her three-point shots with just one silver metal arm. Moreover, the person was extremely fast. He rushed in front of her in less than 2 seconds across the corridor of more than 10 meters and kicked her hard in the head with a whip kick. The sound of the wind breaking caused by this kick made Natasha know that she would be dead if she was kicked. She did not choose to dodge or block, but raised her gun and emptied the magazine right into the face of the attacking Winter Soldier. The best defense is always offense. As expected, all the bullets were blocked by the metal arm. But this also forced the Winter Soldier's kick to stop, giving Natasha a chance to counterattack. Like a nimble, venomous snake, she climbed up the Winter Soldier's body to his head, locked his arms tightly with her legs, and pulled out a piece of metal wire shining with cold light with her hands, strangling his neck fiercely. If this is true, even if Tyson comes, he will lose his head. But the Winter Soldier reacted extremely quickly. As Natasha climbed onto his body, he tilted his neck back and slammed Natasha into the wall of the corridor. While Natasha was in pain, he forced the metal arm free from the restraints on Natasha's legs, used the metal arm to block the deadly metal wire that was strangling her neck, and finally grabbed Natasha's hair and threw her out. Transformation of people. Natasha did a backflip in the air and landed steadily. Feeling the huge gap in strength between the two of them, a word suddenly appeared in her mind. After knowing that the other party was a cyborg, Natasha turned around without hesitation, rushed into the room next to her, and jumped out of the window. The person opposite me is a cyborg, how can I fight him? She's just an ordinary person who has been trained, not a super soldier like Steve, movie version. The wind is tight, shout. Natasha is indeed the peak of ordinary humans. If an ordinary person was shot in the abdomen and blown away, even if he did not die, he would have lost the ability to move. But she was able to fight back and escape by jumping off the building. But the Winter Soldier, as a super soldier, was obviously faster than her. Before Natasha could run far, a grenade whizzed towards her from behind and exploded beside her, blowing her away again. Boom! God, this is the second time I've been bombed today. This close-range explosion made Natasha feel as if all her internal organs had shifted, and she was completely unable to stand up. As the natives screamed in her ears, Natasha saw the Black God of Death walking towards her step by step. Is this the only way I can go? Asshole, I still have a lot of things to do, I haven't found my sister yet. Natasha tried to struggle to get up with unwillingness in her eyes. But the Winter Soldier's cold eyes were emotionless, and he didn't give Natasha any chance to get up. He took off the grenade shell on the gun, installed a new grenade, pointed it at Natasha lying on the ground, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Call out. Boom. The grenade hit successfully and exploded. Natasha dead, of course it's impossible. Don't worry kids, Captain America is here. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the scene of Natasha being blown into pieces of a puzzle did not appear. Instead, a tall figure holding a red, silver, and blue five-pointed star shield first caught the eyes of the Winter Soldier. A hint of doubt flashed in the Winter Soldier's eyes. He didn't understand how the man could rely on a small shield to block the entire explosion of the grenade. This is completely unscientific. However, the bioforce field is such an unscientific existence that it not only blocked the explosion of the grenade for Steve, but even Natasha behind him was not affected by the explosion at all. However, although the Winter Soldier had some doubts in his heart, his hands were not slow. Seeing that the grenade was useless, he raised his gun and shot at Steve. Steve symbolically held the shield in front of him, but in fact he was using the bioforce field to block all the incoming bullets. At the same time, he turned to look at Natasha, showing his big white teeth. I'm not late, little spider Tilda. Natasha didn't answer him immediately, but stared in amazement at the bullet biscuits falling from all over Steve's body. No, buddy. Is this right? It's okay that the bullets shot at your vibranium shield are flattened, but how come even the bullets shot at your legs are crushed into biscuits just like they were shot at the vibranium shield? Chapter 14. The Winter Soldier was killed instantly. The bullets in the gun were quickly used up, and the Winter Soldier saw that the thermal weapon in his hand was completely ineffective against Steve, so he threw it away. The whole man rushed towards Steve as fast as a cheetah, and his iron fist hit the back of Steve's head with a force enough to shatter rocks. Natasha had personally experienced the Winter Soldier's immense power. Seeing that Steve was still focused on her and ignoring the attack from behind, she quickly reminded him. Watch your back. Steve naturally noticed the sound of wind breaking behind him, but he was not panicked at all. Boom! With a dull thud, the Winter Soldier's punch, which weighed over 10 tons with the help of the mechanical arm, was caught by Steve without even turning his head. No matter how hard the Winter Soldier tried, Steve's arm didn't move at all. Steve, whose physical fitness reaches 14 points, normal strength starts at tens of tons and extreme strength reaches 3 tons, is simply not something that the Winter Soldier, whose physical fitness is at most points, can contend with. Your ultimate burst is not as good as my starting point. What can you use to fight me? Steve just exerted a little force with his palm, and the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm made a sound of operating under the heavy load. Kakaka. Steve was not in the mood to have a satisfying battle with the Winter Soldier, because it was impossible to have a satisfying battle. In the confused eyes of the Winter Soldier, Steve clenched his iron fist and hit him on the temple with an elbow, forcibly shutting down the Winter Soldier. Is this the end? Natasha looked at Steve, then looked at the unconscious Winter Soldier who was being carried by Steve, and her head felt a little dizzy. A super soldier whose strength was stronger than hers was crushed by Captain America. Then what was the difficult battle I just had? Is this my cup of tea? For the first time, Natasha began to doubt whether she was too bad. He was actually chased to a dead end by this guy who was killed instantly by Steve. To this, Steve could only say that there were differences among super soldiers. It's not that the Winter Soldier is too weak, it's just that I'm too strong. Steve held Bucky in one hand and extended his other hand to Natasha, teasing. Can you still get up? If you need me to carry you back, you'll have to pay me extra money besides the mission. Natasha rolled her eyes at Steve and said, Humph, other people have to pay to hold me. If you want to charge me, I'll leave on my own. Natasha wanted to stand up as she spoke, but she was hit by 2 explosions at close range. The second time, there was no kind engineer to help her block it. She couldn't stand up after facing the explosion. He was halfway up when he fell to the ground again. Seeing this, Steve stopped teasing her, put the shield on his back, put his right hand through Natasha's legs and picked her up as a princess with one hand. Natasha didn't refuse arrogantly for the sake of saving face. Instead, she put her arms around Steve's neck and rested her head on his strong shoulders. Thank you, Steve. Steve looked down at Natasha, who had her eyes closed in his arms, and without saying a word, he held Bucky in one hand and Natasha in the other and walked towards the Quinjet parked outside the town. After returning to the Quinjet and simply cleaning and bandaging Natasha's wounds, Steve did not rush to start the Quinjet and leave. Instead, he looked at Natasha and thought about how to get her to help him hide the matter of the Winter Soldier. Nick Fury must not be allowed to know about Bucky's affairs, otherwise Black, who wants to control everything in his own hands, will definitely have bad intentions towards Bucky. But before he could think of a way to speak, Natasha, who was leaning back in her seat with her eyes closed, spoke first. I don't know why, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone about him. During this mission, I was attacked by a mysterious person who killed the nuclear engineer. You arrived in time to provide support, but the mysterious person was defeated and fled. This is the entire process of this mission. As smart as Natasha was, she could tell from the beginning that Steve cared about the attacker. Being good at guessing people's minds, she could also see that Steve wanted to conceal the fact of the attacker, so instead of waiting for Steve to make up a lame excuse to fool her, she would rather be more sensible herself. Thank you. Steve paused, nodded to Natasha, and walked towards the driver's seat with the unconscious Bucky. This is the good thing about dealing with smart people. You don't even have to say anything, and the other person will understand what you mean. After putting Bucky in the co-pilot seat, Steve started the Quinjet and left. This time, Natasha's mission to escort the nuclear engineer failed. But his mission was successful. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. Snake Shield mission, rescue the missing Natasha complete. Mission reward, 300 reinforcement points. This time the reward was not as much as saving Tony, it was 200 fewer reinforcement points, but it was actually not a small amount. This one task was equivalent to the reinforcement points of several or even a dozen ordinary tasks. This is confirmed. The rewards for tasks related to Marvel protagonists are indeed much higher than those for ordinary tasks. Steve still didn't have the habit of hoarding rats, so he directly added all 300 reinforcement points to his physical fitness. Constitution increased from 14 points to 17 points. The strength also increased from the extreme 200T to 250T, and the normal strength also reached nearly 100T. Now he is as strong as a little green giant. If he had such strength when the two-dimensional pain truck that sent him through time and space hit him, then the one who traveled to the Marvel world would not be Roger but a damn pink truck. As the most popular time traveler, Roger really wants to let the heavy truck experience the feeling of time travel. Just imagine a story about a truck traveling to another world and becoming the protagonist is actually more interesting than the story of stereotyped humans, isn't it? Well, don't mention it, in the American comic world there are things like Autobots, so it's not completely impossible for a truck to travel through time and become the protagonist. While Steve was daydreaming, the Quinjet soon returned to America. After sending the injured Natasha back to SHIELD's medical department, Steve took Bucky back to his safe house in New York. Not only does Nick Fury have a safe house, Steve actually has his own safe house as well. Although there are not as many around the world as Nick Fury, there are still a few. And now the safe house he took Bucky to was located in the most famous place in New York City. Hell's Kitchen. This place even Satan would have to give a thumbs up, is undoubtedly the most suitable place to hide. There are all kinds of people here, with all kinds of evil forces and street heroes walking in the streets and alleys. Even the New York police are reluctant to get involved here. It's almost a lawless area. It can be said that this is the best hiding place. Of course, to build a safe house in Hell's Kitchen you must have a certain level of strength, otherwise the safe house here will not be so safe. However, the safety factor of his safe house here is quite high because it is not only located in Hell's Kitchen but also in the center of Hell's Kitchen and in the tallest skyscraper. In a building called Fisk Towers. The owner of this building is Wilson Grant Fisk. That is the underground emperor of New York and even the entire America, Kingpin. Chapter 15, Bullseye and Kingpin's Goodwill. As for why Steve has a safe house in Kingpin's building. This story begins with a Hydra mission last year. Steve is one of Hydra's top fighters. In addition to completing the mission of Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. Naturally, it is also necessary to complete some shady tasks issued by Hydra. One time, Steve received a routine robbery mission issued by Hydra, which was to go to the suburbs of New York to intercept a vehicle carrying a new type of rare metal extracted from deep underground by the military. But they didn't expect that someone was faster than Hydra. When Steve arrived at the mission site, he found that the things had been intercepted by someone. Looking at the darts stuck on the foreheads of the military transport team, Steve instantly understood who this colleague was. There's only one person in New York who likes to both pierce his forehead and use darts. That is Kingpin's #1 henchman, Bullseye, who is said to be able to kill the enemy by throwing any object. How can Steve, who has transformed into the captain of Hydra, tolerate this? Wearing a black and red Hydra suit, he went straight to Kingpin's building. He worked his way up from the bottom to the top, and finally, with the bullseye in his eyes, he found the big boss of the building, Kingpin. Finally, after a friendly exchange between the two, Kingpin finally returned the rare metal that Bullseye had snatched to him with a bruised face. Kingpin also expressed his admiration for Steve's abilities and insisted on giving the entire floor below his building to Steve as a gesture of friendship. In the end, Steve couldn't refuse the kindness and reluctantly accepted the priceless floor given by Jin Bing and used it as his own safe house. Well, a very luxurious safe house. Have you ever seen a safe house with a bar, entertainment room, gym, and even a swimming pool? Anyway, Steve had never seen this before, which is why he accepted Kingpin's advances. There's nothing I can do, he really gave me too much. Back to the present, Steve took a bottle of expensive-looking wine from the wine rack and poured 2 glasses. He placed one of the cups in front of the still unconscious Bucky and sat opposite him with one himself. Bucky had taken off the mask he was wearing, revealing his handsome face. Steve took a sip of the wine in the glass, leaned back on the soft sofa and said lightly, "Stop pretending, we're both super soldiers. I know how hard I can hit you. You should have woken up half an hour." Sorry. The moment Steve finished speaking, Bucky pounced on him like a wild beast that had awakened. And then there was no more. Bucky flew over, but Steve held his face with one hand and pressed him hard on the marble table, leaving cracks on it. "It seems that my physical reboot of you wasn't very effective, Tilda." Steve raised an eyebrow and held down Bucky, who was struggling with one hand. In Avengers 1, Natasha physically restarted Hawkeye Barton, who was controlled by the Mind Scepter. Why doesn't the same thing happen to me? Is it because I didn't use enough force? Steve looked at Bucky's forehead thoughtfully, wondering if he should try to use his might again. The struggling Bucky suddenly felt a chill all over his body. The Death Star on his forehead was shining, and his mind suddenly became much clearer. Even looking at Steve, I felt that he had a handsome face and looked inexplicably familiar. Seeing that Bucky stopped struggling and was staring at him blankly, Steve put down his fist and threw Bucky back to the sofa opposite. "Forget it, the miracle reboot method of using great force is too unreliable. If Bucky's CPU is damaged or he is sent to see the real Steve, then he will be guilty." So Steve decided to try to convince people with reason first. Steve took the glass and poured Bucky a glass of wine again, then handed it to him and said, "How about it, did you remember anything like who I am?" Bucky didn't say anything, nor did he take the glass. He just looked at Steve without saying anything. Steve looked at Bucky, who was as stunned as a log, and shrugged without being too disappointed. Hydra's brainwashing technology is comparable to that of a cult. It is indeed a bit unrealistic to think that you can awaken Bucky's memory by relying on your handsome face. Even though he is really handsome. But fortunately, he had already planned to rescue Bucky, so he was prepared for this. Steve stood up, walked over to the TV, and put a stack of tapes in it. Then he sat next to Bucky with a glass of wine in his hand, raised the glass in his hand and motioned him to look at the TV screen. "Relax, pretty boy, you can't escape now anyway. Why not just relax together first, Tilda? And this is about your past, don't you want to know?" Bucky first glanced at Steve beside him with some caution. But thinking of the unbridgeable power gap between himself and Steve, he did not choose to attack Steve again without considering his own strength, but turned to look at the TV screen. Because he was indeed a little curious about what his past was like. Even Bucky himself didn't realize that he didn't seem to object to Steve sitting next to him, and subconsciously chose to believe what Steve said. Opening crit. The first scene of the video is an old group photo of a group of soldiers in military uniforms. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the two people in the center of the photo are exactly me and the person next to me. Bucky suddenly felt a little headache and vaguely recalled something. Steve saw that it was effective and it has been gradually rising recently, so he continued to play. The narration sounded. "This precious photo shows Captain America Steve Rogers and his best buddy, Captain Bucky Barnes, as they formed the Howling Commandos to fight Hydra during World War II." Along with the background narration on TV, Steve's story and Bucky's story were played together. From the childhood sweethearts times to the brotherly love. Bucky successfully enlisted once, but Steve was rejected every time. When Bucky was captured by Hydra, Steve ignored the danger and broke into the Hydra base alone to rescue Bucky and many soldiers. The two of them showed their true friendship in times of adversity. No, they realized the harm that Hydra brought to the world. The two of them took the soldiers rescued by Steve and resolutely formed an anti-Hydra force called the Howling Commandos. Led by Captain America, this team is extremely brave and has won every battle against Hydra. But war can never be smooth sailing. There will be victories and defeats, and there will be casualties when there are victories. During a mission, Bucky was unfortunately shot off a cliff by Hydra in order to save Steve. For the sake of the world and to avenge his good brother Bucky, the grief-stricken Steve chooses to go straight to the Hydra headquarters and settle the score with the Red Skull. In the end, Hydra was completely destroyed through the heroic confrontation of Captain America and Steve Rogers. Unfortunately, Captain America, in pursuit of the Red Skull, chose to die with him to prevent his fighter plane from crashing into the city. Their plane crashed into the vast Antarctic glacier. Chapter 16 I, Captain of Hydra. The main story is over. What follows are some documentaries of Steve and Bucky's personal daily life. UHIH. The more Bucky watched, the more he felt a splitting headache as he watched the video of himself and Steve's past. Bang! In the end, Bucky couldn't bear it anymore. He knelt on the ground with a grim expression in pain, punched a big hole in the ground, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Fragmented memories drilled into his brain like an electric drill, mixing with his current memories like a blender. The memories of Bucky Barnes and Winter Soldier continued to blend, causing him not only physical pain but also mental torture. On one side are the memories of the kind and sunny Bucky, and on the other side are the memories of the cold-blooded and dark Winter Soldier. Light and darkness, like two different personalities, are fighting for control of this body. Looking at Bucky's painful expression with his facial features almost twisted together, Steve could feel that this must be very painful just by looking at it. After a moment of silence, Steve placed his hands on Bucky's shoulders as he knelt on the ground and said firmly, "Bucky, believe in yourself, you can beat this. You are not the Winter Soldier, you are Bucky Barnes, my brother. No matter what, I will always be with you, and we will face it together just like you have always been with me." Bucky looked up at Steve with trembling eyes. The coldness in his eyes gradually melted away, and a complex emotion that did not belong to the Winter Soldier appeared in his eyes. "Steve, I remember, I seem to have done a lot of bad things and killed a lot of innocent people." Steve was delighted in his heart, but on the surface he sighed, helped Bucky up and comforted him. "Bucky, this isn't your fault. You were brainwashed by Hydra and used as a weapon. You have no self-awareness at all. Besides, it's never the weapons that are wrong, it's the people who use them." Bucky felt better after hearing this, but his tone was still low. "But they died at my hands after all, and among them was even our comrade who had fought together against Hydra, Howard." Steve patted him on the shoulder. "The past cannot be changed, but we can try our best to make up for the mistakes we have made. Take Howard for example. Although his death is irreversible, we can compensate him in another way. His son Tony Stark is now caught in the vortex of crisis, and we can make up for Howard's death from him." Howard's son Bucky was stunned. When he transformed into the Winter Soldier, his mind was only focused on killing people except for the mission, and he didn't care about anything else. So no one knew that Howard had a son. Steve nodded and briefly recounted to Bucky what had happened when Tony was kidnapped by the Ten Rings. "So I suspect that Tony's kidnapping wasn't an accident, but rather a traitor at Stark Industries who deliberately leaked his route in order to kidnap or even kill Tony. Although I have rescued Tony from the Ten Rings, his crisis will never be resolved as long as the traitors within Stark Industries are not eliminated." Hearing this, Bucky frowned, as if he had thought of something. After trying hard to recall his memories of the Winter Soldier, he suddenly looked up at Steve and said anxiously, "I remember now. Howard's death was caused by someone inside Stark Industries leaking his safe route to Hydra. That's why Hydra sent me to kill Howard and his wife and get the super soldier serum that Howard had copied. The man who leaked the secrets from Stark Industries was named Obadiah Stane." Steve's eyes flashed when he heard this. It turns out that Howard's death was also due to the route leaked to Hydra by Obadiah Stane. It seems this guy has been planning for Stark Industries for a long time. Steve touched his chin and said to Bucky, "Obadiah, this guy is now the second largest shareholder in Stark Industries. It seems that Tony's kidnapping by the Ten Rings is related to him. Then Howard's child is in danger now. We must go and help him quickly." Bucky was a little anxious when he heard this. After regaining his memory and knowing that he had killed his former friend, he desperately wanted to atone for his sins. And if Howard's only child was killed by the person who leaked the information, Bucky would probably never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Steve nodded, then shook his head. We will definitely help, but not now. We have something more important to do. Bucky frowned and asked doubtfully, what is more important than the life or death of Howard's child right now? Steve shook his head helplessly. Have you forgotten that although you have temporarily recovered your memory, the control instructions are still in the hands of Hydra? There is a risk of being controlled again at any time. In the previous movie, although Hydra read the instructions to control the Winter Soldier, they were incomplete. Moreover, control and removal of control are two different things. Even if he has complete control instructions, it is unrealistic to completely remove Bucky's brainwashing. After Steve said this, Bucky also remembered this and sat down on the ground helplessly. Yeah, as long as Hydra finds me, I could be controlled again at any time. If I go to find Howard's kid now, I might end up hurting him. Steve looked at Bucky's dejected expression and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Suddenly, a bad thought emerged in his mind and he said slowly, in fact, you have been found by Hydra, but you haven't discovered it. Bucky's pupils shrank and he immediately squatted down, looking around vigilantly. Hydra is here already, where are they? Steve clapped his hands, crossed his arms across his chest and raised his chin. Far away, yet close at hand, Steve Rogers, captain of Hydra. Bucky! Steve, it's already this late, stop joking. Bucky was speechless. What's the difference between saying Captain America is Hydra and saying Kim Yoon is a Smecta undercover? Isn't this nonsense? Steve shrugged helplessly. You see, there's nothing you can do about being too sunny and handsome. No one will believe you when you tell the truth. Tilda, grandpa, your grandson called you again, Tilda. A cell phone rang suddenly, breaking the awkwardness between the two. Steve knew who was calling without even checking the caller ID. Each contact in his phone has a different special ringtone. Just like Nick Fury's exclusive ringtone is Sunshine Rainbow Little White Pony. This grandson calling is Alexander Pierce's exclusive ringtone. Steve pulled his phone out of his pocket and held up the screen to Bucky. Here, as you say, here comes that old Hydra, Pierce. Bucky was so frightened when he saw the incoming call from Alexander Pierce on the screen that his whole body froze. As the head of the largest Hydra force today and the one in control when he was the Winter Soldier, Bucky naturally knew him. It was precisely because he knew him that he was so afraid. Not only was he afraid of the person calling, he was even more afraid that what Steve said was actually true. Steve, who is Captain America, actually joined Hydra. Chapter 17, Pierce's Compromise, New Mission. Before Bucky could ask for confirmation, Steve raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Then I answered the phone that kept ringing with my grandchildren. Hey grandson, no, it's Commander Pierce, what can I do for you? Give me an explanation as to why you took the Winter Soldier away. Pierce didn't waste any words and asked the questions he wanted to know directly. Steve wasn't surprised that Pierce knew he was the one who took the Winter Soldier away. Although Natasha's credibility is still trustworthy, if she says she won't tell anyone, then she probably won't tell anyone. But Pierce must have known that Nick Fury sent Steve to rescue him right after Pierce sent the Winter Soldier to kill the nuclear engineer. After all, 80% of the people in SHIELD are Hydra, and even their own system is certified as Hydra. Naturally, all the actions of SHIELD cannot escape Pierce's eyes. So in Pierce's eyes, the disappearance of the Winter Soldier was obviously caused by Steve. Steve himself had no intention of hiding it from Pierce, so he said bluntly without further ado. Because I like it, Bucky is basically my brother. It only makes sense for him to stay by my side, right? Pierce on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, trying to reason with Steve. But he's not the same Barnes anymore and you're not the same Steve anymore. Those two died 70 years ago and you two have no connection anymore. You are now the captain of Hydra and he is Hydra's Winter Soldier. For your own good and for his own good, you two should not cross paths again. When Pierce is reasonable, Steve acts like a spoiled brat. So what? I just like doing this. Either you give me the Winter Soldier or you send someone to deal with me directly. I don't care anyway, Tilda. At the headquarters of SHIELD on the top floor of the Triskelion building, in the minister's office on the first floor of the Security Council, Pierce rubbed his brows in pain in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. This guy really looks like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. But if he really wanted to settle accounts with Steve, he actually had no intention of doing so. There was a reason why Steve was able to rise to a position within Hydra just below himself within a year. And there is only one reason. That means he is strong enough. No matter what difficult task Hydra gives him, Steve can complete it perfectly 100%. And the power displayed is stronger each time. According to the latest data report sent back to him by the Special Forces, the maximum strength displayed by Steve Rogers in the most recent mission has reached several times more than that at the beginning. A Captain America with 3 times the peak physical strength of a human almost destroyed Hydra. If Captain America, whose physical strength is 10 times greater than that of a peak human body, is pushed to the opposite side of Hydra, Pierce probably won't even be able to sleep. Besides, Steve actively accepts Hydra's loyalty tests every month. The test results each time showed a high level of loyalty, with no sign of wanting to betray Hydra. So there is no reason for Pierce to liquidate it. Of course, the main reason is that Steve is too strong. When the reckoning really comes, it is still unclear who will settle the accounts with whom in the end. Pierce's left and right brains fought against each other, but in the end reason prevailed and he gave up pursuing Steve. Helplessly asked, "You must take the Winter Soldier." "Yes." "Then I believe you also know that the Winter Soldier is my sharp sword. If you take him away, it is equivalent to cutting off my arm." "What does it matter? I'm one of your arms, right? My arm is so thick, isn't it worth your 2 arms?" Pierce was suddenly speechless. He felt that there was something wrong with what Steve said, but at the same time, nothing seemed wrong. After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't figure it out, so he had to explain it more bluntly. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was, if you take one of my arms, you have to give it back to me. Everything in this world has a price, right?" "Hey, you old man, I've been working for you for a year. Just tell me what you want to say. If you keep telling me a riddle, I'll go to your office right now, believe it or not." The relationship between Steve and Chelsea is actually not that bad. It can even be said to be pretty good. A year ago, as the brainwashed Captain America, one can imagine how much importance Hydra attached to him. His initial positioning was not to start from the grassroots level of Hydra, but to be regarded as Hydra's secret weapon, and only Hydra leader Alexander Pierce himself had the right to command. Therefore, Pierce personally handed over all the important tasks of Hydra to him, and the relationship between the two developed quite well. Pierce even took the time to ask the U.S. military to return Steve's salary for the 70 years he was dormant, a total of more than $1 million and $400 million in fees to the U.S. government for misusing Steve's image over 7 decades without his authorization. This made him a millionaire not long after joining Hydra and before he had completed 2 missions. In Pierce's words, "This is what you deserve. No matter who suffers, it won't make my future right-hand man suffer." This also made Steve's impression of Pierce much higher than that of Nick Fury. If I remember correctly, in the original book, Steve worked for Nick Fury, and not only did he have to clean up his mess, but the salary was not high. Not to mention asking for his military salary and image fee back, that's just wishful thinking. This guy is a pure freeloader. No, Steve doesn't even have a fart and he still has to wipe Nick Fury's ass. Damn, they just treat him as a pure black slave. When he woke up, the roles of black and white were reversed. Who could he turn to for justice? That's why Roger hated Nick Fury so much after he traveled to Captain America's body. But this time Steve is going to be disappointed. Pierce, the boss of Hydra who has provided abundant funds for each mission, is planning to take advantage of Steve for free. "Originally, I was planning to give this mission to you. Completing it will not only earn you $1 million in bonuses but will also allow you to rise 1 level higher in Hydra. However, since you took the Winter Soldier away, forget about the bonus and level increase for this mission. Consider it your compensation for losing the Winter Soldier's arm." Steve curled his lips when he heard this and silently withdrew the label of Pierce as a good boss. "How stingy, but never mind, you're the boss after all. Tell me, what's the mission this time?" On the other side, Pierce curled up the corners of his mouth, and his bad mood after losing the Winter Soldier instantly improved. "It seems that Captain Hydra is still Captain Hydra, not Captain America. After all, Captain America would not go against his so-called conscience and work for Hydra." Pierce said in a relaxed tone, "This mission is taking place in San Francisco, California. There, a group called the Life Foundation has brought back an alien parasite from outer space. I want you to bring them to Hydra. It's important to note that this alien parasite can infect the human body and cause irreversible damage to the internal organs, so remember to be on high alert when operating. I don't want to lose my other arm after losing the Winter Soldiers." Steve was full of questions. Did this old guy take the opportunity to curse me, or did he use the words I had just cursed him with secretly? "I will send you the specific information of the mission as well as the control and release commands for the Winter Soldier. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Goodbye." Without giving Steve a chance to curse back, Pierce hung up the phone directly after speaking. Chapter 18. Times have changed. Use magic to defeat magic. Steve looked at Bucky in confusion, curled his lips and asked, "Did that old golden-haired guy just scold me?" "I don't know." Bucky was even more confused than Steve. He hadn't recovered from the lively conversation between Steve and Alexander and the wealth of information contained in it. After being controlled by Hydra for 70 years, he was finally able to regain his self-awareness by his good brother. But the good brother turns around and tells you that he is also a Hydra member. This feeling made Bucky so confused. He felt like his CPU was about to burn out. Steve looked at Bucky's doubtful expression and knew it was time for him to show his deception again. "You must be wondering why I joined Hydra and have such a close relationship with Pierce, one of the Hydra leaders, right?" Bucky didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on Steve, waiting for his explanation. Steve sighed pretentiously and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a worried look in his eyes, leaving Bucky with only a back view full of stories. "Bucky, times have changed. In this age of feasting and revelry, being straightforward like we used to be won't work anymore. In the past, it was all about fists, but now it's all about power. Can you imagine? In this day and age, as long as you have power, even anyone can be our boss. Don't you think this is outrageous?" Bucky was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "That's really outrageous." At the time of him and Steve, although the status of blacks was no longer so low, the American government even tried to encourage blacks to actively go to the battlefield. They also spread the nonsense that everyone is equal in the army. In fact, it is just to trick more black people into being cannon fodder, which is tacitly known to everyone. In their time, it was simply impossible for black people to become their bosses. It seems that times have really changed. But what does this have to do with you joining Hydra? Although what happened with the black man was indeed outrageous, Bucky still didn't understand why Steve joined Hydra, the very force they had tried so hard to eradicate in the past. Steve sighed deeply again and turned to gaze at Bucky. The sunlight shines onto Steve from the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a layer of mysterious holy light on him at the right moment. Although Bucky couldn't see Steve's face, which was obscured by shadows, he still felt a heavy breath coming from Steve. Bucky's expression turned serious as he straightened his back and listened to what Steve said next. "Bucky, don't you understand? Because we're going to fight for power. For the past 70 years, Hydra has willingly lurked in the shadows like a rat in the shadows, just to continually gnaw away at the power of various governments. Hydra's influence is now deeply entrenched throughout the world. Even the world's largest spy organization has been completely infiltrated. It's definitely not something that can be overthrown by just you and me. And even if we are lucky enough to chop off one of its heads again, can you guarantee that it won't grow more heads in the shadows that you and I can't see? So we have to use magic to defeat magic. If we can't defeat it, we'll join it. As long as we stand high enough in Hydra and have enough power, Hydra will no longer have heads that we can't see. As long as we are in Hydra, Hydra will always be under our surveillance. As long as we become the biggest Hydra and gain the greatest power over it, then Hydra will naturally collapse. Understood. Applause. Clap clap. Steve finished speaking and clapped his hands. Bucky was shocked after hearing what Steve said. Although he felt something was wrong, it also seemed to make sense. As long as they become Hydra, Hydra will always be under their surveillance. As long as you become the head of the Hydra will collapse on its own. Leiju, there's nothing wrong with him. Steve looked at Bucky's skeptical expression and didn't give him a chance to think about it, and directly changed the subject. Alright, let's put the Hydra matter aside for now. Let's deal with the most important thing right now, the order that old man Kang Pierce sent me to release your control. Sure enough, when the command to release his control was mentioned, Bucky, who had been controlled for 70 years, trembled all over and had no mind to think about anything else. Steve pulled out a laptop and logged onto Hydra's exclusive website. Sure enough, there was an email from Pierce inside. When I opened it, it was all in Russian. Steve was confused and asked, "Do you think I can speak Russian?" He could only look at Bucky next to him and ask, "Can you understand?" Of course, the Winter Soldier is controlled by Russian commands, so naturally he is fluent in Russian. Bucky nodded and took a closer look, his face growing more and more excited. So that's how it is. To release the control, the person being controlled needs to read the control command themselves, then set a new control command that only they know. The previous control command will become invalid and the control command will naturally be released. Even though Bucky's long string of words was a bit confusing, Steve still understood what he meant. Hydra's brainwashing is irreversible. The control instructions implanted in the brain are difficult to get rid of through physical means unless they are forcibly removed through reverse brainwashing. However, the person being controlled can control himself and then set a new control instruction for himself, thus achieving an alternative way to escape from control. Although this method does not completely eliminate the hidden danger of being controlled, there is no better way so far. Although Steve is very powerful now, he has not yet unlocked his psychic abilities. Although the ability of the Bioforce field is very idealistic, it is still at the basic stage, and it is unlikely to use it to remove brainwashing control. There is no way to completely free Bucky from the control commands implanted in his brain unless he has the Mind Stone. But that thing is in Thanos' hands now, so don't think about it for now. Soon after Bucky finished reciting a series of gibberish Russian control instructions, he set new control instructions for himself. There was silence for a moment, then Bucky leaned close to Steve's ear and whispered something. Steve's eyes widened in surprise. "Why are you telling me the new control instructions?" Bucky's eyes were full of affection as he smiled and said, "Because in these strange times I only trust you, Steve. If Hydra still has a trick up its sleeve for me, at least you can use this command to pull me back." Steve smiled wickedly. "Aren't you afraid that I will use this command to control you?" Bucky shrugged, trust in his eyes. "Don't be afraid, I believe you. Even if you control me one day, you must have your reasons for doing so." Steve was so touched by what he heard. With a brother like this, what else could I ask for? No wonder in Captain America 3, Captain America would rather offend the whole world and protect Bucky. Just because if it were Bucky, he would fight the whole world for Steve without hesitation. In his previous life, he was indignant that Steve beat up Iron Man together with Bucky. In this life, Roger's soul is Steve's, and he just wants to say it smells so good. The two looked at each other affectionately, male sign. Nothing happened. After one day. San Francisco, California, USA. Life Foundation Research Base. Call out. A black shadow streaked across the night sky, and the dark red shield pierced into the chest of the guard on the left watchtower like a sharp arrow, causing the guard to fall from the tower directly. Before the guard in the watchtower on the other side could sound the alarm, another black shadow was thrown over by Steve. This time it's not a shield but a person. Snap! Bucky flew into the watchtower, grabbed the guard's neck accurately and lifted him into the air, making it impossible for him to make any sound through his open mouth. Then he used his iron arm to crush the guard's neck. Bucky threw away the corpse in his hand, his eyes filled with coldness and no mercy. Chapter 19: Eddie and Venom. Before coming, Steve and he had already read the mission information of the Life Foundation. From the boss to the guards, it can be said that none of the people here are good. In order to study the alien parasite called symbiote, countless innocent wanderers were captured and used for illegal biological experiments. The number of innocent lives lost at their hands must be at least 800, if not 1,000. So none of these people are innocent. After quietly eliminating the 2 sentry tower guards, Buggy jumped down from the sentry tower, which was more than 10 meters high, and pulled out the shield from the fallen corpse on the left. Then he opened a small door next to the watchtower, handed the shield to Steve, who walked in from outside, and asked, "What's our plan next, or do you have a plan?" That's right, although the 2 of them have already arrived at the Life Foundation and intend to steal the symbiote, the specific plan has not yet been decided. But who is Steve? He smiled confidently. Of course I have a plan. The plan is for Wushwang to sneak in, kill all the guards here, take away the symbiote, and that's it. The Life Foundation may be difficult to deal with for ordinary people. But for Steve, the Life Foundation without any supernatural powers is not much more difficult than single-handedly defeating Man's 10 Rings gang. What? Even Bucky, who had been a cold-blooded killer for decades, was confused. My goodness, after not seeing him for decades, has Steve become so murderous? But Bucky didn't object, because he felt that Steve must have his reasons for doing so. What's more, these guys deserve to die for the heinous things they have done. The 2 men cooperated with each other tacitly. One was responsible for attacking and the other was responsible for guarding. They advanced in an interlaced manner and soon killed dozens of guards on the periphery silently. Woo woo woo, eh. After finishing the periphery, when the 2 were planning to break into the interior of the base, the alarm suddenly rang in the base. Steve and Bucky looked at each other and frowned at the same time. The 2 men had acted cleanly and efficiently without giving any guards a chance to raise the alarm. They had also chosen a blind spot in the surveillance camera and dragged the body away. It should have been impossible for them to be discovered so quickly. Before the 2 of them were confused for long, they knew the reason why the alarm sounded. I saw a slovenly and bow-legged man running out of the laboratory center of the Life Foundation, followed by a large group of armed guards. It's obvious that this guy is the culprit who caused the base alarm. Steve, who was hiding in the shadows, narrowed his eyes and recognized the bow-legged man. Eddie Brock. Bucky was stunned and looked at Steve. You know that guy? Steve casually explained, well, this guy was quite famous in America before. He reported a lot of big news and was considered a super paparazzi. Bucky nodded as if he understood what he said. As a centenarian, he was still a little uncomfortable with the buzzwords of this new era. For example, when Steve mentioned paparazzi, although he knew they meant reporters, he still felt something was wrong. But why is he a reporter here? Steve looked at Eddie, who had jumped over the 3-meter wire fence with a smile on his face. Some time ago, he offended the boss of the Life Foundation, which resulted in him losing his job and his girlfriend. I guess he's trying to steal some explosive information to get back at him, Tilda. However, it seems that the explosive information this guy obtained is not ordinary explosive. Let's go, let's follow him, our target should be him. Eddie's abnormal jumping ability clearly shows that Venom has possessed him. Steve had accepted the mission from Hydra to bring back the symbiote yesterday, so he naturally couldn't let Eddie run away like that. Failing the Hydra mission is a small matter, but failing the system mission is a big loss. As one of Marvel's protagonists, Venom will definitely receive a lot of reinforcement points as rewards. Eddie ran in front, the Life Foundation guards chased behind, and Steve and Bucky followed at the back, quietly eliminating the lagging guards one after another. After Eddie climbed to the top of a big tree, the guard leader Scott lost his target and found that the number of people on his side was wrong. The pursuit team that originally consisted of dozens of people now has only a dozen people left. Something's wrong, 12 out of 10 things are wrong. Scott was sweating profusely, feeling like he had suddenly transformed from a hunter to a prey. Something's wrong, everyone stand back to back and be alert all around. The remaining dozen or so people also realized the error in their numbers when Scott shouted, and they all gathered under the big tree where Scott was, standing back to back with their guns pointed at the dark forest. And this tree happened to be the one where Eddie was. This scared Eddie to death and he thought he was discovered. But he soon realized something was wrong. The guards chasing him did not look towards the treetop where he was but instead looked into the dark depths of the forest as if there was something terrible there. "Oh, Eddie, there's a big guy coming over there. I think you need to run away quickly." Eddie was still wondering what was going on when the parasitic venom in his body suddenly spoke, scaring him so much that he almost fell out of the tree. Fortunately, the guards under the tree were all staring at the depths of the forest with great attention, and no one noticed him above their heads. Eddie looked around in horror, trying to find whoever made the noise. "Oh shit, who's talking? Where are you?" "Don't look for me, I'm in your body, Eddie. I'm talking to you in your mind. You can't find me, Tilda." The rough voice sounded again, and Eddie found that the voice really came from his brain. "Damn it, who the hell are you? Get out of my body." "Are you sure? There's a guy in the forest who even I find dangerous. If I leave you now, I'll be dead." The gruff voice in Eddie's head was teasing, but its tone was filled with gravity. Venom could already sense that dangerous aura was getting closer. Before Eddie could answer Venom, a low sound of footsteps was heard in the forest. A flash of cold light came first, and then the shield appeared like a dragon. The iconic shield appeared before the person, and the shield turned into an afterimage and flew out from the darkness. After wrapping around the waist of 3 guards in a row, it was deeply embedded in the big tree where Eddie was. The big tree shook and was almost cut in half by the shield. Eddie was so scared that he quickly hugged the shaking tree. The remaining guards looked at their companion's miserable death and fired wildly in the direction where the shield came from. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clashing was extremely crisp in the night sky. Steve walked out of the woods leisurely with his hands in his pockets amidst the hail of bullets, completely ignoring the bullets shot at him. With his current speed, he could definitely react to the bullets, but he was too lazy to dodge. "If I hide even though there is a bioforce field, then wouldn't it be a waste for me to awaken the bioforce field?" Steve didn't rush forward but looked up at Eddie, who was pale on the top of the tree, and waved to him with his big white teeth. Chapter 20. Steve was almost bitten by Big Baby. Eddie and Venom on the top of the tree saw Steve looking at him, and their hearts skipped a beat at the same time. "Damn, I've been discovered." The guard under the tree also noticed Steve's gaze and subconsciously looked up, and found Eddie shivering and hugging the top of the tree. "Damn, I was discovered again." Eddie looked at the gun pointed at him by the guard below him, and felt his anus tight. These guys wouldn't just shoot at him like that, right? He has nowhere to hide now. Eddie was right, the people below were really ready to shoot. Scott, the leader, had a fierce look in his eyes. He raised his gun and aimed at Eddie on the treetop while shouting to his teammates. "You guys keep suppressing that guy with your firepower. I'll shoot this damn thief down and immediately retreat with his body." The guy opposite is invulnerable to swords and guns, and they are simply not able to deal with him. Now that he has found the target, Scott just wants to retreat with the target as soon as possible. Even if it's a corpse, it doesn't matter. However, their attention was focused on Steve and Eddie at the top of the tree. They were completely unaware that a murderous figure was rapidly approaching behind them. By the time Scott heard the sound of wind behind him and realized something was wrong, it was too late. As soon as he turned around, he saw a silver iron fist getting bigger and bigger in his sight. Bang! Watermelon explosion special effect. Not everyone can take Bucky's punch without getting hurt like Steve. In fact, most people will end up like Scott. Except for Spider-Man, of course. He would just say, "Wow man, you have a metal arm, that's so cool." Now back to the point. Scott's blood and brains splattered on the faces of the surviving guards, who then realized that their leader had turned into a headless horseman. They pointed their guns in fear at the sudden appearance of Bucky, but they still didn't learn their lesson and only cared about what was ahead. Another stronger gust of wind came from behind them. Steve, who was just 100 meters away, appeared behind them like teleportation. Steve stretched out his hands and grabbed the back of the heads of the two defenseless guards. His 10 fingers pierced into their brains like bowling balls. He raised his hands and a tornado appeared in all directions, destroying the parking lot. "I've told you, don't leave your back to the enemy." Under Steve's nearly 100-ton force, the remaining dozen guards were blown away like flowers from the sky. Before they even hit the ground, their souls had already successfully reached heaven. Buggy dodged sideways as two bodies flew towards him, his expression beneath the black mask looking a little strange. "God, how come my Steve is so murderous, even more ruthless than when he was the Winter Soldier?" Steve threw the two heads in his hands casually. The bodies of the owners of the heads had already flown away to who knows where under the huge force just now. Taking 2 steps closer to the tree, Steve waved to the stunned Eddie above him and moved his lips to silently remind him. "Hey guys, hold on tight." "What?" Eddie was confused. "Did you drop your vocal cords at home?" Without waiting for Eddie to wonder, Steve inserted his right palm directly into the tree trunk, grabbed the vibranium shield that was deeply embedded in the trunk and twisted it hard. "Craig. Big tree, I'm gonna split open." The big tree was torn apart by Steve's unreasonable strength and fell backwards amid Eddie's screams. "Atilde." Eddie watched himself getting closer and closer to the ground and closed his eyes in fear, waiting for a close contact with it. "I think I know why we're so well matched. I'm the ultimate loser on Clinter and you're the ultimate coward on this planet." The grumbling of venom in his mind brought Eddie back to his senses from his panic. He then realized that the pain he had imagined did not come, but he just felt his neck was a little tight. Looking back, he saw a silver arm holding him up. It was the guy who punched the security chief who was chasing him to death. Bucky caught Eddie and threw him in front of Steve. Eddie lost his balance and fell to his knees, facing Steve in an awkward position. "Oi Tilda, I didn't expect you to be not only a coward but also a homosexual. However, this occasion is probably not suitable for you humans to engage in erotic sports, Tilda." "Eddie." "Damn it, shut up you bastard, I'm not gay." "I haven't said anything yet, but whether you are gay or not is debatable, Tilda." Steve glanced at Eddie, whose height was just up to his waist, and silently took 2 steps back, holding his big baby in his arms. "Although it seems unlikely, in order to avoid Eddie really biting me, it is better to stay away from him. After all, Eddie may be a G, but he is not a G. There are 2 things that straight men cannot do. One is that they cannot let others see their browser history, and the other is that they cannot let others misunderstand that they are gay." Being a straight man, Eddie even forgot to stand up. He just crawled towards Steve on his knees while explaining. No, I'm really not gay, I just lost my balance. I wasn't talking to you, please don't misunderstand me." "Why is this guy still chasing and biting me?" Seeing his posture, Steve became even more unconvinced. Every time Eddie took 2 steps forward, he took 2 steps back. He runs away, he chases, he can't fly away even if he has wings, Tilda. Eddie was forced to stop until Steve stuck half of the shield in his hand into the ground. Steve patted his chest with lingering fear, feeling that the whole year of Hydra mission last year was not as thrilling as being chased and bitten by Eddie this time. "Fuck you, if you dare take another step forward, next time it won't be my shield stuck in the dirt, it will be you who will be buried in the damn dirt. Stay where you are and just say what you want to say, understand?" Facing the threat of death, Eddie finally remembered that the man in front of him was a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. He nodded quickly and said, I know, but I'm really not gay, I just said I was with. When the words came to his lips, Eddie was speechless and didn't know how to explain. You can't just say that you're talking to the alien parasites in your body. Who the hell would believe this? Hey, guess what? There just happens to be one person who believes it. Steve grabbed Eddie's collar, lifted him up, and took off the black hood that concealed his identity. Eddie turned his head quickly, closed his eyes, and begged for mercy loudly. No, 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 if you have something to say, let's talk it over. Don't take off the hood. I know the rules. If I see your face, I must not leave you alive. Please don't take it off. Steve was speechless. Has this guy watched too many movies? This TM Marvel, it's not like they'll let the bullets fly for a while. Even if you close your eyes, they will still kill you. Steve tapped Eddie's forehead with his finger and said slowly, "What I mean is, since you don't want to tell me, how about asking the other handsome guy inside you to come out and tell me?" Eddie opened his eyes suddenly when he heard that, looked at Steve in disbelief, and saw Steve's true face. "Use your Captain America." Before Eddie could continue, a ferocious black head popped out from behind him and suddenly approached Steve. "You're looking for me." Snapped. "Oh my God, what the hell is this? It's so ugly." Venom suddenly appeared and Steve subconsciously waved his hand and slapped the approaching black head away with an earwax, and even the dialect was scared out of him. Venom, who was blown away, blinked his big white eyes in confusion, his expression looking a little aggrieved. "You are such a low-class human being. You asked me to come out and now you're not happy that I'm here." Steve coughed awkwardly twice when he heard this. Sorry, I couldn't help but move my hands when I saw you being so naughty. I won't react so strongly next time if you change your color, Tilda." Venom became even angrier upon hearing this and yelled, "Fuck you, I'm born with this color, how can I change it? Can you change yourself to black?" Steve shrugged. "It's hard to say, although I can't do it, the successor to Captain America might really be Black Tilda." Chapter 21, Symbiote Acquired. Venom's ferocious black face sneered, "If that's the case, then my future offspring might be other colors like the red I hate." Steve raised his eyebrows when he heard this, glanced at Venom's crow mouth, and raised an inexplicable smile. "Don't tell me your future son is very likely to be red, and he might even be stronger than you and want to eat you alive, Tilda. Don't all of you symbiotes have a father-hating complex and each generation is stronger than the last?" Venom's face darkened. "You know too much, I hate your big truth, human. The reason why it is the weakest symbiote of Clinter is because it is the first-generation symbiote. But things like symbiotes tend to become stronger with each iteration, and the first generation is actually the weakest." The Venom that was stung by the sad thing wanted to drill back into Eddie's body, but as soon as it turned around, a big hand grabbed its tail firmly. "Venom! No, buddy, how can you catch the symbiote? Don't you know that symbionts are non-Newtonian objects?" Venom struggled for a bit and found that the gap between his strength and Steve's was extremely huge, and he couldn't break free from his palm at all. "Human, you asked for this." Venom's big white eyes turned fierce, and he simply broke away from Eddie and turned to pounce on Steve. Although this human's mouth stinks, he is the strongest creature it has ever seen. As long as it possesses him as a host, it will be no weaker than any other symbiote. Even the strongest leader of the symbiote, Riot. However, imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel, Tilda. Venom drooled as he lunged towards Steve, successfully attaching himself to Steve's bioforce field. "Dong. Ay." With a dull thud, Venom's head was dented, and he covered his forehead and howled like Tom Cat. Steve picked up the Venom between two fingers, smacked his lips, and shook his head. "What a stubborn guy, hitting the bioforce field with your head. What's the difference between that and an egg hitting a stone, Tilda? Although the symbiote is said to be omnipresent, sorry, there are no holes in the biological force field." Captain America, I guess what you want is this black thing inside me. Now that you have it, can I leave now?" Eddie, who looks like he is not to be trifled with because of his fat face, now asks Steve with a cautious expression. Facing this contrasting cuteness, Steve looked at him and thought for a while. It is impossible to return Venom to Eddie, but he has no intention of doing anything to Eddie. As one of Marvel's protagonists, Steve has a hunch that he might receive more system tasks related to Eddie in the future. After thinking for a moment, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Eddie, saying with a kind smile, "You are free to leave, of course. However, you have offended the Life Foundation this time. I'm afraid you will be in big trouble in the future. If you need help, call this number." Of course, there's a fee for this Tilda. Although he can only choose to accept system tasks through tasks issued by Hydra at present. But he can find a bug, just like the SHIELD mission infiltrated by Hydra is also counted as the Hydra mission. He can use his high-level Hydra authority to directly post the task entrusted to him by Eddie on Hydra's internal task network, and then accept the task from there. In this way, even if it is not a Hydra mission, he can still add this mission to the system mission and obtain reinforcement points. He is simply a genius. After Steve finished speaking without waiting for Eddie to answer, he took Bucky away and rushed to the Life Foundation experimental base. If I remember correctly, in the laboratory besides Venom there is another symbiote alive. If we hurry up, maybe we can rescue it. Most of the guards at the experimental base came out to chase Eddie and were taken care of by Steve and Bucky. Only a few were left inside and posed no threat at all. Soon, the two of them solved them all and went straight to the symbiote laboratory. However, Steve was still a step too late. Among the three symbiotes except Venom, one of the shit yellow symbiotes had already died. The other dark blue symbiote was not in much better condition. It had become extremely weak after living in an incompatible host for a long time. He felt that if he had come any later, this cat would probably have died. Steve's eyes rolled as he looked at the weak dark blue symbiote. Didn't Pierce want him to bring back the symbiote? It's just right to take this half-dead thing back to report. As for Venom Tilde, he had never seen such venom before. The only symbiote he found here besides the dead yellow one was this half-dead one. Bucky and Steve looked at each other and Bucky inexplicably understood Steve's evil intentions. He found two sealed boxes from the laboratory that were specially used to store symbiotes. Bucky handed one of the sealed boxes to Steve, opened the other one and held it in his hand. He gathered his strength with his iron fist and punched it to smash the tempered glass of the laboratory where the symbiote was imprisoned. The deep blue symbiote, which was already extremely weak in an unsuitable host, smelled the strong scent on Bucky and immediately broke away from the current host and flew towards Bucky. But even if the symbiote was in its prime, it might not be able to successfully launch a sneak attack on Bucky, let alone a frontal attack in its weakened state. With a blocked shot, Bucky accurately placed the symbiote in a sealed box and closed the valve before the symbiote could escape. Steve also opened the valve and wanted to put the venom into the sealed box. But the venom clung to his arm and refused to enter. The Q version of Venom's big head roared at Steve. "No, I don't want to go in, without a host for a long time. I won't get any nutrition, I will become as weak as those two guys or even die." Steve certainly knew this, and he lifted Venom's big head and comforted him. "I know, you need phenylethylamine in the human body, right? Don't worry, there's that stuff in chocolate too, I guarantee you'll have enough Tilda." After saying that, Steve controlled the biological force field on his body surface and put the still protesting Venom into a sealed box. Although he did not intend to give Venom to Hydra, he also did not intend to let it parasitize himself. Although the symbiote thing does increase combat power quite strongly. Even Spider-Man, who is known for his strength, can see his strength multiplied after being infected by Venom. However, this thing has obvious advantages and disadvantages. Possessing self-awareness, it is easy for them to influence the host or even directly control the host. Although the venom in his hand does not seem to be the same as Spider-Man's, which would amplify the evil thoughts in people's hearts. But his self-awareness is even more complete and active than Venom in Spider-Man. Steve couldn't accept this. Steve felt uncomfortable thinking about having a parasite in his body that could fight with him for control of his body at any time. Chapter 22. Bucky and Pierce are full of tension. The biological force field can resist all external attacks, but the internal one may not be so. Especially since Steve's biofield was still in its early stages, he didn't want to take the risk. The venom gave him a boost of strength. If he completed a few more missions, he might be able to catch up. If you are possessed by the venom, it would be a waste of time. As a time traveler, he doesn't believe in friendship or bonds with symbiotes. Steve and Bucky, each carrying a sealed box containing the symbiote, quickly evacuated the Life Foundation's research base. When Dr. Drake, the boss of the Life Foundation, arrived with the rescue, Steve and Bucky were already eating beef noodles in New York's Chinatown. But there is no beef in Steve's bowl of beef noodles because he doesn't eat beef. Before the two of them could take a few bites, the restaurant door was pushed open. Alexander Pierce, dressed in a suit and tie, slowly walked into the noodle shop and sat down next to Bucky without any hesitation. He said to Steve across from him, "Why didn't you order a bowl for me too?" Steve didn't even raise his head and inhaled the beef noodles without beef in the bowl like a storm. He drank the noodle soup in one breath and then burped loudly. "Belge." Steve glanced at Bucky, who had been tense since Alexander came in, and said comfortingly, "Relax, Bucky, believe me, this old man can no longer control you. Even if you beat him up, he can't do anything to." Alexander smiled faintly, patted Bucky on the shoulder and said jokingly, "The captain is right, you are free now, I can't control you anymore, but if you want to beat me up, I advise you to give up Tilda. I'm not your boss anymore, but I'm still the Secretary General of the Security Council. Attacking me would be an international incident." Faced with Alexander's words that seemed to comfort him but were actually threatening, Bucky's face darkened and his iron arms clenched tightly, making a crackling sound. This damn bastard controlled himself and killed so many innocent people, yet now he holds a high position in the United Nations. Is there really any hope for this damn world? Bang! A crisp sound interrupted the tense atmosphere between Bucky and Alexander. Steve placed the sealed box containing the deep blue symbiote on the table and pushed it in front of Alexander. "Okay, you're already that old and you're still bullying kids. Do you think it's fun, old man?" "You kids, you're decades older than me, how dare you say that?" Alexander retorted casually, picked up the sealed box and shook it, listened to the subtle movement coming from inside, and nodded with satisfaction. Steve shook his finger. "Sorry, I'm a face lover. I only look at appearance, not actual age. As long as she's pretty, I can call her sister even if she's thousands of years old. People like you with wrinkles on your face that can kill a fly, you're only worthy of being called loud dang Tilda. No wonder Nick Fury is always pissed off by you. You really are such a hard-to-like mouth, Tilda. Isn't this the result of your brainwashing by Hydra? Without those dark thoughts you injected into my head, I would still be the sunny, kind, upright, and handsome Captain America, right?" Pierce coughed twice upon hearing this, looked around, and after confirming that no one heard him, he whispered helplessly, "First of all, don't talk about Hydra in public. Secondly, it's not your Hydra, it's our Hydra. You are also a Hydra now, okay?" Steve shrugged nonchalantly and said sarcastically, "So Hydra also knows not to show off in public. Then let me ask you, why do Hydra members always say 'Long live Hydra' to each other every time they meet? Don't you know that this is the age of superpowers? Even if you speak quietly, you might be discovered." Upon hearing this, Pierce fell into deep thought. "I didn't think so before, but now that Steve said that, it seems really dumb that every time they meet at Hydra, they have to whisper to each other, 'Long live Hydra.' Thank you for your suggestion, I didn't consider this point. I will improve it when I get back." Steve nodded and stopped taunting Pierce. The reason why I reminded him of this was because Hydra's power was still useful to him. He didn't want Hydra to be exposed early because of some stupid slogans. "It's okay, you can go now. I, the little angel Bucky, can't eat if you're here, Tilda. And I have to remind you that the Life Foundation isn't taking good care of the symbiote here. If you don't find a solution quickly, it might die soon." Pierce frowned when he heard this and cursed inwardly that the people in the Biological Foundation were idiots. They took such a poor care of such an important alien parasite. He gave Steve a final, deep look and asked, "Are you only bringing back this symbiote?" Steve's face was full of sincerity. He patted his chest muscles and said, "I guarantee on my reputation as Captain America that when I found them, apart from a bunch of dead ones, this was the only one left alive in the Steve didn't blush or feel nervous, and his face looked very honest. There was no sign of him lying at all, but Bucky, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but lower his head. My Steve has not only become more brutal, but also more shameless. In fact, Steve was not lying. He brought the venom back from outside, not from the laboratory, so even a lie detector could not find any fault with him. In a word, there is nothing wrong with old She. Okay, I believe you, Pierce nodded, snapped his fingers without saying anything else. The next second, Rumlow walked into the restaurant and picked up the sealed box containing the symbiote. Steve glanced at him, clutching his chest, looking heartbroken. Oh, Crossbones, as my direct deputy captain, you actually cheated in front of me. It really hurts me, Tilda. Crossbones also shrugged and said helplessly, I can't help it. After all, it's not you, the captain, who pays my salary. The extra money given by the director is too much. You know, I can't refuse it at. You're right, my salary also depends on this old man, but you got some extra money on this mission while this old man got me for free. You have to buy me a drink before we're done. Of course, no problem. Once the mission is over, you can arrange your time. There's plenty of wine. Can you have enough 82 Lafite? Fuck your uncle's stinky shoes. Do you want to drink 82 Coca-Cola? No, I drink Pepsi, Tilda. Rumlow, middle finger, JPG. The two joked with each other for a while and agreed to have a drink together later. Then Rumlow picked up the symbiote and left with Pierce. Steve would rather be friends with a warrior like Crossbones than a schemer like Pierce. As long as you are not his enemy, a guy like Crossbones who clearly defines grudges, referring to the elevator battle between Captain America 2 and Steve, and is not at all stubborn, referring to Captain America 3 where he drags Steve to self-destruct together in Sokovia, is quite easy to get along with. Especially Crossbones, he seemed to admire himself a little bit, which made the two of them quickly become good friends. At least on the surface, they have a pretty good relationship. These two people who are mortal enemies in movies and comics have become friends in this universe. It really makes people sigh that things in the world are so unpredictable. Chapter 23, Steve needs calcium supplements. After Alexander and Crossbones carried the symbiote away, the system's voice sounded at the right time. Hydra mission, bring back the Life Foundation symbiote complete. Reward, enhancement points *300. Steve was delighted as he got another 300 reinforcement points. He added it all to his physique without hesitation. Physical fitness instantly increased from 17 points to 20 points. After breaking through the 20-point mark, although he failed to awaken new abilities like he did when he broke through 10 points, Steve clearly felt that his biological force field had become stronger. Not only has the coverage become wider and more detailed, but most importantly, it seems like I can fly. Flying is one of the most primitive desires of human beings. Regardless of gender, as long as there is no psychological disorder such as fear of heights, who didn't have a dream of flying when they were a child? Steve is no exception. He wished he could fly high into the sky right now to have a bird's-eye view of all the mountains. But obviously, now is not a good time for a test flight. He didn't want to see the headlines tomorrow about Captain America flying away to pay for a bowl of beef noodles without beef. Bucky looked at Steve, who was in a better mood, and asked in confusion. Steve, what are you laughing at? Why are you suddenly so happy? Because my wife gave birth? Steve subconsciously picked up the joke, then immediately realized that this was not in Greater China and no one would understand his joke. What I mean is that after handing the symbiote over to Hydra, you will be completely free from Hydra. I am happy for your freedom, brother. After hearing this, Bucky felt a warm feeling in his heart, and then revealed a bitter smile. This is all thanks to you, Steve. If it weren't for you, I don't dare to think how long I would have been controlled by Hydra and how much more innocent blood would have been stained on my hands. But I've made too many mistakes. I think I'll spend the rest of my life atoning for my past mistakes. Steve heard this and almost subconsciously replied, No, Bucky, you won't be alone. I will always be with you and face and make up for those mistakes with you. After Steve finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment. How come this idiot reacted faster than his brain? He himself hasn't even figured out how to respond. Then Steve felt relieved again. It seemed that the original body's obsession with Bucky was quite deep, deep in his bones. However, Steve did not intend to evade the responsibility of his original body, and he really planned to face it together with Bucky. On the one hand, the soul of the original body saved his soul, and now that he has taken over Steve's body, it is natural for him to help Bucky. On the other hand, everything Bucky did in the past was basically related to the main characters of Marvel. He can also take on a few system tasks while helping Bucky atone for his sins, so why not? But Steve patted Bucky on the shoulder, showing his 2 rows of white teeth. But atonement doesn't lie in this moment. We just came back from a busy trip. We need to relax and unwind. Now is our time to unwind. Bucky was stunned but shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Steve, you know I'm not in the mood to relax now." A week later, Malibu Beach. Oh hell. Steve was lying on a beach chair hugging Sharon, who was wearing a sexy bikini, and looking at Bucky, who was surfing with 2 girls in the blue ocean in front of him, having more fun than him, and he fell into deep thought. You call this being in a bad mood? Wow, Bucky, you look like a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect that you are no less good at picking up girls than me. I brought you out to relax, but you changed 8 female companions for me in just 1 week. I even soaked 2 at once today. What a bad mood. If this is considered a bad mood, then I also want to be in a bad mood like this. It turns out that they are not the same kind of people and can't pee together. I really don't know how the original serious Steve ended up peeing together with Bucky, who is so playful. Steve was just sighing when Bucky finished surfing and walked towards him with 2 girls on his left and right. I have to say that Bucky's image and temperament are really attractive. Just wearing a pair of shorts, showing off his perfect 8-pack abs and letting his half-long hair hang casually, he has become the only focus of the ladies on the beach. As for the other focus, it is undoubtedly Steve himself, who has a more explosive body and a more sunny and handsome appearance. However, because Sharon was around, whenever a girl tried to chat him up, she would be glared away by her unique cold eyes of an agent. So in the past few days, Bucky has changed 8 girls, but he hasn't picked up any of them. But Steve didn't care. He was very satisfied with Sharon in every aspect and had no intention of turning his back on her for the time being. As a Chinese soul, he is still relatively traditional in his thinking, and what he pursues is to stay together forever. If you don't believe me, just look at this. He only had 20 girlfriends in the whole of last year. Compared to Bucky, who did 8 in 7 days, he is so traditional. Hey Steve, don't you want to go out and have some fun? Is it fun to just lie in the sun all day? Bucky came up to Steve, a smile on his face that was noticeably brighter than it had been a few days ago. Steve enjoyed the fruit Sharon fed him in his arms, still as lazy as a salted fish, refusing to move. He chewed the sweet fruit and answered incoherently. Why is sunbathing boring? Don't you know that sunbathing replenishes calcium? Little Sharon has absorbed too much calcium from me these past few days. I need to replenish it properly. Hearing this, Bucky was stunned, Sharon blushed, and the 2 girls on Bucky's left and right understood immediately and laughed so hard that they were shaking with laughter. Sharon was so embarrassed that she buried her face in Steve's chest muscles. Her little face was hot, which made Steve feel a little hot inside. In order to avoid any accidental discharge of the gun, Steve quickly sat up straight, concealing his embarrassment, coughed twice, and explained with a straight face. Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about real calcium. It's been frozen in ice for decades without any exposure to the sun, so it's time to get some more sun. Besides, you are not much better than me sleeping in the freezer every day. I suggest you come and tan with me, Tilda. You guy, Bucky shook his head helplessly. Can you say these words directly? Don't you see there are outsiders next to you? What if someone else hears something? Thinking of this, Bucky whispered a few words to the 2 female companions beside him, and without hesitation let go of his arms around their waists. Well, since you have something else to do, sweetheart, we'll leave first. But sweetheart, please don't forget us. Remember to keep in touch, Tilda. The two girls with slender limbs and beautiful bodies hugged Bucky's cheeks and kissed him hard on the left and right. They also winked at the lazy Steve and then turned around and left reluctantly. Chapter 24: Heartbroken Steve. Steve was indifferent to the two girls' hints. After they left, he teased Bucky. "I take back what I said just now. You don't need to take calcium supplements with me. Do you think it's fun to just pick and not eat every day?" Although Bucky has a different female companion every day these days, he only interacts with them during the daytime in eating, drinking, and having fun, and has no nightlife with them at all. My God, what's the difference between picking up girls without having a nightlife and building a temple without collecting incense money? You are doing charity here. Besides, I built the temple, and you used my money for charity. Bucky expressed his helplessness at Steve's visible disdain. Don't look at me like that. It's not that I only pick them and don't eat them, but they all have husbands or boyfriends, and some even have more than one. How can I bear to eat them? Steve's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he pointed at Bucky's nose and cursed angrily. Oh my God, I used to think you had some special fetish or some male physiological problem, so you only looked and didn't eat. So you care about their married status? Holy shit, do you know that these are all real plus points? What a waste, what a waste. You are simply squandering nature's gifts. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Facing Steve's chest beating and stamping of his feet, Bucky curled his lips and said speechlessly, "What do you mean by being a married woman is a plus, and I was struck by lightning? I think I'm the one who will be struck by lightning if I accept them. I don't want to play with what others left over from last night. I want to find a single lady who is compatible with me." Steve looked at Bucky in disbelief. It was hard to believe that in such a promiscuous country he would hear someone say such nonsense as being in love. Oh my God, you should shave your hair in front and tie it into a braid at the back to act like a Qing dynasty person. Why are you so feudal? This is America, a country with open-minded people. If you really want to find a first-hand item, you'll probably have to queue up at an elementary school and you might not even get a number. Bucky! No man, why don't you listen to what you're saying? Are you waiting to be shot if you line up at the primary school gate? You have to go to a primary school to find first-hand goods. Do you have to say that? Only 70 years have passed. America shouldn't have become like this, right? Steve said it was hard to say. Even the Boy Scouts of America, which is protected by the Constitution, have experienced a large number of sexual assaults, so what Steve said is still relatively conservative. Alright, stop talking. It gives me a headache. We've rested long enough this time, let's go back. Bucky rubbed his temple and waved Steve off. He was afraid that if he continued to listen to Steve's nonsense, his mind would collapse. Even now, he didn't want to continue looking for his true love, he just wanted to return to his warm home with Steve. Seeing Bucky's devastated expression, Steve stopped teasing him and changed the subject. There's no rush to go home. Do you really think I brought you to Malibu just for fun this time? Is not it? Of course not. Playing is just a side job. I'm planning to bring you here to find a job, Tilda. Work? What kind of work can I do here? Bucky was a little confused. After escaping from Hydra, he gained his freedom but naturally lost his job and was naturally penniless. After all, you wouldn't expect Hydra to pay a brainwashed humanoid weapon a salary, right? Steve doesn't count. His brainwashing was not complete. He still has personal feelings and his salary was part of Hydra's strategy to win him over. But Bucky, who was the Winter Soldier before, had no emotions at all and was just a ruthless killing machine. Hydra prepared everything he needed, even his underwear was bought for him by Hydra. After leaving Hydra, it can be said that Bucky only had a combat uniform left on his body. Even the money he spent on picking up girls these days came from Steve. Although Steve didn't mind, Bucky didn't plan to eat Steve's food for the rest of his life. So when Bucky heard Steve say he wanted to find him a job, he didn't object, but he was just wondering what kind of job he could do here. The Malibu Beach area is a wealthy area. He has nothing but brute force and killing skills. Is he going to be a bodyguard for the rich? But the rich have their own personal bodyguards, so who would want a nobody like him? Hey, don't say that. Steve, whose temper had calmed down after sitting for a while, stood up with his arm around Sharon and smiled mysteriously. "Didn't you say before that you wanted to atone for your sins? I found you an opportunity to atone for your sins and hook up with a rich man at the same time." Atonement and sugar daddy, these two words may not mean anything when separated, but when put together, a name instantly appears in Bucky's mind. Could it be? And Steve's next words confirmed his guess. "Yes, we are going to meet our eldest nephew, Tony Stark Tilda. Malibu Harbor, Villa 10880. According to the address Tony gave him last time, Steve brought Bucky and Sharon to Tony's villa in Malibu, which is considered a super mansion among all the luxurious villas in Malibu. He couldn't help but smack his lips. Suddenly, I felt that the more than 10 million US dollars in my card, which I thought was very generous, was actually pitifully small. In front of Tony's ridiculously luxurious villa, I'm afraid that with his mere 10 million, he might not even be able to afford a toilet. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others." Steve came to the sci-fi door and was about to knock on it when the door opened automatically from both sides. At the same time, a slightly mechanical and magnetic voice sounded. "Good afternoon, Captain Rogers. I'm Jarvis, the intelligent butler. Nice to meet you. Mr. Stark said that if you come, you can enter the villa directly without notifying him. He has authorized you to have full access to the villa." Steve raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He had to admit that although Tony's words were a bit sharp, he really paid attention to details in his work. The last time he rescued Tony, he sent Tony back to Stark Tower and never came to his villa. But Tony still authorized himself access to the villa, obviously not treating his savior as an outsider at all. "Hello Jarvis, is Tony home now?" "Mr. Stark is in the underground laboratory. Do you need me to inform him of your arrival?" "Well, tell him thanks." Even though Tony gave him all the access rights, Steve wouldn't really be indifferent to it. Especially since he is bringing two people with him now. Tony is most likely building the Mark II now. It would be a bit presumptuous for him to bring people in directly. Chapter 25, The Pleasure Brought by the Iron Armor. Jarvis directed Steve and the other two to the living room to wait and used a small household robot to serve them various drinks. The service was very thoughtful. A few minutes later, footsteps were heard at the basement entrance. Tony, who looked a little unkempt and had some fresh wounds on his face, trotted up. "Hey, look who's here, isn't this my centenarian Uncle Rogers? Busy man, it's been a while." Tony walked over and hugged Steve with a happy smile on his face. He didn't know why, but he had never felt safe since he came back, but the moment he saw Steve, he felt an incomparable sense of security. Steve hugged Tony for a moment, and after letting go, he glanced at the oil on his body that Tony had stained and complained. "In fact, it's only been a week since we last met. Also, what's with that dirty, beggar-like outfit of yours? Why are there injuries on your face? Did you get kidnapped by the 10 Commandments again?" Tony casually picked up a drink from the small robot next to him and drank it all. He took a long breath and then explained. "Only 7 days? Sorry, I've only slept less than 10 hours in the past few days. My sense of time is a bit fuzzy. I thought it had already been a long time. You should know that people who have been kidnapped will lack a certain sense of security, and insomnia is inevitable, Tilda." Steve glanced at Tony's dark circles and frowned. "You can't do this. No matter how important your research is, you can't ruin your health." Tony waved his hand to indicate that he was fine and said excitedly, "It's only a few days, it's not like I haven't gotten through it before, don't worry, I'm fine. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come with me and I'll show you the results of my hard work these past few days. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener for you, an old antique." As he said that, Tony walked forward and pushed Steve, ready to take him to the underground laboratory. Bucky and Sharon, who had been ignored, couldn't help but speak out in embarrassment when they saw Tony was about to take Steve away. "Well, you guys go ahead and do your work, we'll just wait here for a while." It wasn't until they spoke that Tony realized there were two people sitting on the sofa in the living room. "Hey, you brought friends with you." Steve covered his face helplessly and sighed. "Tony, you really should go get some sleep. I feel like your mind is a little unclear now. Is it really Tony? He didn't even notice two living people in front of him and he still insisted that he was fine. Why are you as nagging as my dad? Believe me, I'm fine, I'm in great spirits now. Come with me to see my new work first, and then I'll go to sleep right away, okay? Once Tony makes up his mind, no one can change it. If Steve is not allowed to see his latest work today, his jaw will drop. How can he sleep? All right, there's really nothing I can do about you. Since I'm your uncle, I'll just go take a look despite the pressure. Looking at Tony, who seemed eager to prove himself to the adults, Steve had no choice but to nod in agreement even though he knew that the surprise Tony was talking about was the Iron Man armor. He has decided that if Tony still refuses to sleep after watching the movie, he will help Tony sleep physically. He didn't want Tony, a long-term system mission machine, to die prematurely here. Seeing that Steve finally agreed, Tony's face was filled with joy. He turned to Bucky and Sharon and said, "Oh, by the way, you two should come too. You are friends brought by Steve, I trust you." Steve felt warmed by what he heard and decided to be gentle when he used physical sleep aid later. Tony enthusiastically took the three of them to his sci-fi underground laboratory, and while walking he introduced his collection of many famous paintings and luxury cars in the basement. Apart from Sharon, Steve, and Bucky, two reckless men from World War II, had no idea about famous paintings and luxury cars. I just feel that these abstract paintings are not much better than the weird drawings they drew in their textbooks before. As for these luxury cars, the two also felt that they were not as impressive as the bulletproof off-road vehicles of SHIELD and Hydra. At least the bulletproof off-road vehicle feels great when you drive it over someone. As for these so-called luxury cars, let alone running over people, they are afraid that even a large rock could make the car fly. As Steve and Bucky, along with their lover, played by Liu Xianyu, visited the Grand View Garden, they finally arrived at the highlight of the day. A pure silver humanoid battle armor stood in the center of the laboratory, attracting everyone's attention. Famous paintings and luxury cars all lose their luster in front of this handsome steel man. Not to mention Bucky and Sharon, even Steve, who knew it was an Iron Man armor, was deeply attracted by this armor full of sci-fi metallic feel. To be honest, before seeing the real thing in person, Steve was not very excited because he had seen it in a movie in his previous life. His current body has everything that the iron armor has. His iron body and super strength are no worse than the iron armor, and some are even stronger. But after actually seeing this epic creation that transcends the times, Steve realized how naive his previous thoughts were. Flesh is flesh, armor is armor, how can they be compared? The two are completely the pinnacle of two different fields. A perfect body is great, but this iron armor is also fucking awesome. Cool, awesome, Tony, you're a fucking genius. Steve couldn't help but step forward and touch the iron armor, feeling for a moment that it felt even better than the cover girl's smooth skin. Tony was very proud to see Steve couldn't let go of it. The breath he had been holding in his heart for decades finally came out today. Dad, did you see this in heaven? Captain America, your idol whom you praise so much, was stunned by the Man of Steel that I created. Your son is no worse than Captain America. Snapped. Steve patted Tony's shoulder and grinned. Nephew, what are you fantasizing about? You're laughing like a fool. Quickly open the armor, your Uncle Rogers wants to enter the armor and feel the pleasure inside it for himself. Tony listened to what Steve said and always felt something was wrong. Although it is said that only by entering the armor and driving can one truly feel the pleasure of driving, why does Tony feel something is wrong when these words come out of Steve's mouth? Shaking his head, Tony stopped thinking about it. He didn't mind Steve driving his Mark II. Steve had saved his life, so even if Steve wanted one, he wouldn't refuse, let alone a test drive. But Tony still pointed to the wound on his face and reminded, "Are you sure you want to try it yourself? You know, I've only just finished assembling the Mark II and haven't had time to conduct a real-world piloting test yet. Even when I was just experimenting with some components, I ended up in this state." If you have no driving experience, the injuries you will suffer might be more than mine, tilde. Chapter 26 Tony's Defense Breaks. After hearing this, Steve waved his hand nonchalantly, looking confident. Are you kidding me? I'm afraid of getting hurt. Who do you think I am? I'm Captain America. Have you forgotten how I rescued you from the cave? I used my strong body to carry you in and out of the cave. Even if your iron tower is broken, I can't hurt you. Stop talking nonsense and put on your armor for me. Since Steve said so, Tony stopped trying to persuade him. He shrugged and snapped his fingers. Jarvis, dress this loudmouthed centenarian and authorize him to operate the Mark II. Understood, sir. Captain Rogers has been authorized to operate Mark II. Captain Rogers, please go to the designated area to don the Mark II assistive device. Steve followed the dress code that Jarvis had thoughtfully pointed out with the virtual projection, walked over, stood obediently with his arms outstretched and complained to Tony. I'm not being harsh, Tony, but why is it so difficult to put on such a high-tech gadget? Aren't you afraid you'll get diarrhea one day and won't have time to take it off? Tony's forehead was furrowed when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, Shut up, this is only the second generation. I'll improve the wearing method later, you don't need to worry about it. Tony said, controlling the armor and putting the head armor on Steve first, to prevent Steve from saying anything unreasonable. But can a mere helmet stop Steve from speaking? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hey Tony, did you forget to clean your helmet? Why is there a strange new car smell inside it? After the armor on his body was put on, Steve screamed again. Ah, and is your armor too small? Why does it feel so tight around my crotch, or is your size just this small? Steve's live teaching, how to make a billionaire fall apart in just 2 sentences, tilde. Fuck Steve, what the hell are you talking about? The black lines on Tony's forehead turned into blue veins. He couldn't stand Steve's foul mouth anymore. He took a run up and kicked Steve, who was still wearing the armor. Fortunately, Bucky and Sharon stopped him halfway through the flight by holding his arms on the left and right. But Tony couldn't help but point at Steve and curse. Damn it, Steve, my armor has been disinfected through layers of disinfection, and there's an air filtration system inside, so how could there be any odor? I think you ate feces this morning and forgot to brush your teeth, so you smell something bad. And your armor is smaller than your uncle's stinky leather shoes. Do you think everyone has your American butt? Your butt is so big, if it's not tight for you, who will be tight? You still say I'm small, but I can whip you like a top with my big dick. Facing Tony's exasperation, Steve, finally dressed in his armor, stepped down from the changing table, his slightly mechanical, teasing voice ringing out. Look, you're anxious again. It's not small, so why are you so anxious? The more anxious you are, the more it proves that I'm right, right? You. Tony pointed at Steve and was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was really a little broken. After decades of losing to others in a verbal duel, he finally felt how others felt when faced with his foul mouth. Steve looked at Tony, who was breaking down. He swore that he really didn't mean it. He was just complaining out of habit. He didn't expect Tony to react so strongly. Afraid that Tony would faint from anger, Steve quickly changed the subject. Genius, why is everything dark in front of me? How do I activate this thing? Where do I press F? Tony took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent mood, and gritted his teeth and said, What do you think this is, a GTA game? Idiot, this is high-tech. It needs an arc reactor as energy to start. Tony said as he took out a spare arc reactor and pressed it against the chest of the armor, connecting it to the energy source. If Tony uses the armor himself, there is no need to install an extra arc reactor because he has one built into his chest. But Steve doesn't have it, so he has to install it separately on the armor. After the armor was successfully activated and the eyes lit up with a blue light and Jarvis successfully came online, Tony knocked on Steve's helmet and said, Hey Jarvis, give this old fogey in the Mark II a manual for his idiot armor that he can understand. Following Tony's words, an instruction manual that even an idiot could understand appeared in front of Steve in the armor. Steve is a super soldier with a physical fitness of 20. Those 20 points are for his 5-dimensional image, which means that not only his strength is increasing, but his intelligence is also increasing at the same time. However, most of the time, his super brain would tell him to just use his superpowers to his heart's content, and there was no need to bother with all that nonsense. In less than a minute, Steve finished reading the idiot-level instruction manual of tens of thousands of words and fully understood the operation of the Mark II. With his palms open, the thrusters on his palms, legs, and back started at the same time, and Steve took off smoothly in the Mark II. Under Tony's incredulous gaze, Steve piloted the Mark II and did a somersault in the air and performed several difficult and cool moves in succession. No, how can you say that? How can you achieve the state of man-machine unity after just 1 minute of driving it? You know, he suffered a lot during his experiments. He wanted to see Steve get humiliated, but he didn't expect this bastard to be so good at it the first time. Steve put his hands behind his back and maintained his balance in the air using only his legs and back thrusters. He said in a very pretentious manner. Talent, I can only say talent. It's all basic exercises, so if you're not good at it, just practice more. Enough of that, genius. I have to take your big baby for a ride outside. A ride? Wait, Tony, who didn't even wait to doubt his life, retorted. Steve increased the power of the thrusters, smashed the ceiling head first, and soared into the sky. Tony bit his teeth until they were about to break and squeezed out a sentence. There is a door in the basement, you bastard. Steve, who had already flown out, didn't care about that. This little loss was not even a small amount of money for Tony. At this moment, the sky outside has become a little dark. Steve drove the Mark II upwards and laughed excitedly like a big monkey. Oh hoo, just like that, faster, faster, let me see your limit, baby. Soon Steve accelerated to Mach 3, the limit of the Mark II, and a long Mach loop was left behind. The height has reached a terrifying tens of thousands of meters. Looking from this height, the city below looks as small as a glowing mini toy. Steve glanced down, his face under the armor showing excitement. Unexpectedly, his first flying experience was not using the flying ability of the Bioforce field, but driving a high-tech steel armor. This unexpected flying experience can be summed up in one word: awesome. Chapter 27, Steve Flies Free. Captain Rogers, please be advised that due to your current high altitude, ice has begun to form on the exterior of the Mark II. For your safety, we recommend that you lower your altitude immediately. Hearing this, Steve also remembered the problem of the armor freezing. In the original novel, Tony and Ironmonger both suffered from being frozen when they first drove the armor. The difference is that Tony, like him, was reminded by Jarvis, but Tony ignored the danger and insisted on breaking the highest flight record. In the end, he was lucky enough to survive by manually restarting the armor. Ironmonger was tricked by Tony, who used the information gap to lure Ironmonger into taking off, where he froze and fell to the ground. In the end, he survived by relying on armor that was thicker than that of the Mark III. Steve has to complain here. Ironmonger also lost power and fell from a height of tens of thousands of meters, but Obadiah was unharmed and could even get up and continue to beat Tony. But the war machine fell from a height of thousands of meters, and it directly paralyzed Rhodes on one side of his body, causing him to be replaced by the Skrulls. This is really frustrating. But that's all in the past, and it has nothing to do with Steve. The most important thing now is to fly, 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 and fly. Tony dared to continue the challenge even though he knew there was a risk of freezing, so how could Steve be afraid? He also wants to fly higher. Jarvis, let go of the power and fly upwards. I want to challenge the highest limit and let Tony understand where his armor is not good enough. Steve has control over the armor, and Jarvis cannot stop it forcibly. He can only let Steve control the Mark II to continue sprinting to higher altitudes. However, Jarvis still notified Tony in the villa before the armor was completely frozen. In fact, Jarvis didn't need to notify Tony, who had been observing the status of Mark II. Looking at the Mark II getting taller and taller on the screen, he realized what Steve was going to do. Don't be fooled by the original story. Tony ignored the danger and went to the tiger den even though he knew there was a tiger there, challenging the Mark II's limit of takeoff. But now it was Steve, not him, who was driving, and he was observing from a third-person perspective. His heart was in his throat and he realized how dangerous it was to do so. Shit, who did this guy learn this from? Why is he so crazy? Steve, thank you, that's you. Tony immediately wanted to use his authority to remotely control the Mark II to bring Steve back, but found that the Mark II signal suddenly disappeared. Tony's heart skipped a beat and a look of fear appeared on his face. It's over, the armor is frozen and has lost power. Bucky, who was completely confused, and Sharon, who was half confused, now understood and became terrified. Under Tony's shocked eyes, Bucky jumped several meters high, climbed over the big hole created by Steve and reached the roof of the villa. He looked up at the sky to try to find Steve's figure. Sharon came to the console and kept calling Steve's name anxiously, trying to get a response. Only Tony knew that their efforts were in vain. The Mark II driven by Steve has lost its signal, and there is no possibility of any response. And the place where we are now is at least tens of thousands of meters high, and it is impossible to observe it with the naked eye unless Superman from DC comes. Now the only thing they could do was to pray that Steve had carefully read the Mark II manual before and knew where to manually open the armor's ailerons and restart the system. But the bad thing is, that bastard only read the instructions for less than a minute. Even Tony himself couldn't possibly read the instruction manual of tens of thousands of words in such a short time, let alone remember it. Tony was sweating profusely, feeling that Steve might soon go to Satan to have an idle meet and greet with his deceased father because of him. What was our captain doing while the three of them were worried? What, he's still flying upwards? That's right, although the armor lost power, it did not stop and was still sprinting upwards but at a much slower speed. The Mark II's peak speed of Mach 3 was reduced to almost Mach 1. Because now it is no longer the armor that is carrying Steve, but Steve is flying with the heavy armor. This was the first time Steve used the bioforce field to fly after his physical fitness reached 20 points. The bioforce field became stronger and he awakened his flying ability. This is why he is not afraid of his armor freezing, because even if the armor loses power, he can still fly. Of course, he can also wrap the armor with a biological force field to prevent it from freezing. But Steve didn't do that, because then Tony wouldn't know where the armor's flaws were. After the suit lost power and several minutes passed, Steve finally stopped. It's not that he has reached his flight limit, but that there is almost no oxygen at this position. With a physical fitness of 20, he can hold his breath for hours even without oxygen. But it is still far from being able to survive without oxygen. Hiss, it's a bit cold. Steve felt that the low temperature on the surface of the armor had begun to penetrate into the armor, and he knew it was time to retreat. He didn't want to try whether his current bioforce field could withstand the low temperature of space. If I could witness the beautiful whole of the earth once in my life, it would be a life well lived. Steve finally looked down at the earth, which he could already see in its entirety. After sighing, he retracted the bioforce field on his body and fell straight down. The system's awakened biological force field also consumes physical energy, so if you can save as much as possible, then save it. You don't need to move when falling, just use the bioforce field to stop it when you are about to hit the ground. Save where you can and spend where you can tilde. But this looked different in Tony's eyes. When Steve fell to a certain height, Tony finally used his own satellite to detect the falling Mark II, and he was so scared that he was scared to death. This guy really didn't read the manual, the armor system didn't reboot at all, Steve is in a fucking free fall. But the more he looked, the more wrong it seemed. Tony looked at the estimated whereabouts of Steve calculated by Jarvis, and it seemed to be exactly the location of his villa. A gift crab, this thing flew tens of thousands of meters up, and after falling back it still managed to hit me with such precision. Should I say this is good luck or bad luck? Such a piece of iron falling from tens of thousands of meters high is as powerful as a missile. Tony hurriedly reminded Sharon and Bucky on the roof. Hey, beautiful lady, and that cool guy up there, you need to retreat. This is where Steve landed, and it's very likely to be smashed into ruins. Chapter 28. Are you dumbfounded? I can fly. Bucky and Sharon's hearts sank when they heard this, and they naturally understood what Tony meant. The landing could turn a villa covering more than 1,000 square meters into ruins. Steve could only have such power if he lost power and fell freely. But after hearing what Tony said, even though they knew that the villa had become a high-risk area, they did not choose to leave. Bucky was still standing on the roof, gazing at the silver meteor that was faintly visible in the night sky. There was no fear in his eyes, only relief. If Steve is really dead, then what is the point of him living alone in this era that does not belong to him? It would be better to be buried here with Steve. Sharon is similar, but Bucky's is brotherly love and hers is love. She said she would always be with Steve, and she would keep her promise even in death. And Tony, he had no intention of leaving at all. His hands were quickly manipulating the virtual screen in front of him, mobilizing all the robotic arms in the villa, trying to create a buffer zone in the villa in the shortest time possible. If he was fast enough, Steve might be able to survive thanks to the powerful shock absorption of the Mark II. Dead hand move now. Tony's hands left afterimages, and with the assistance of Jarvis, all the robotic arms in the villa were exhausted and smoking. Under the astonished gazes of Sharon and Bucky, Tony actually managed to build a huge 5-layer high-strength fiber air bed on the roof of the villa in just a few minutes before Steve landed. This hand speed is so terrifying. Steve, with his hands on the back of his head, was enjoying the embrace of the goddess of free fall. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could see the mushroom-like thing below from 1,000 meters away. This confused Steve. No, what the hell is this? Didn't I fall towards the villa? Did I travel through time again? After taking a closer look, Steve discovered that Tony and the other two were standing next to the big mushroom with anxious expressions, and he immediately understood what was going on. Tony and the other two must have thought they were falling, and a big mushroom appeared from nowhere to catch them. However, he did not choose to land on it but hovered above the big mushroom. Tony and his three friends. Tony, whose hands were cramping after working for a long time, looked at Steve, who was hovering in the air and was full of questions. No man, you F***C King rebooted the Warframe system and you didn't even tell me. Wait, that's not right. Tony was even more confused when he saw that the Mark II armor was still disconnected from Jarvis, covered with frost, and its thrusters were not activated. No, buddy, this fucking armor hasn't been restarted. How did you fly? Did Brother Shennying let you fly? Why are you so pretentious? While Tony was confused, Steve drove the frost-enchanted armor to the ground and came to him step by step with ice chips. Hey nephew, you must be shocked, I can fly too. Steve's whole body shook and the ice layer on the armor's shell was shattered, splashing onto Tony's face. The cold touch woke him up from the shock. After Jarvis reconnected the Mark II, Tony no longer worried about why Steve could fly. His expression immediately changed like Sichuan opera, his face turned black, and without saying a word he forcibly controlled Mark II to come to the control panel and removed Steve's armor. Then they asked Bucky and Sharon to hold Steve down and gave him a full body scan. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal with Steve's body, the three of them let him go. Steve didn't resist the whole time. It was his fault that he caused the three people to be alarmed. After the three of them took turns giving him a verbal lesson, the matter was finally dropped. At the same time, because of this incident, Tony discovered more shortcomings of the Mark II and was ready to start manufacturing the improved and upgraded Mark III. The Mark III will be made of a new aviation-grade titanium material, have a new way of wearing and many new functions. It will be a complete upgrade. Before the Mark III was completed, Tony said that he would never let Steve play with the Mark II again. It was too fucking scary. And Tony will make a special set of Mark III for Steve. Steve didn't refuse this. Although his strength no longer needs the enhancement of the iron armor, but then again, which man can refuse an iron armor? Lu Xun once said, "As a man, you may not like women, but you will definitely like a piece of steel armor." Steve said that Mr. Lu Xun was right. Especially after experiencing the joy of driving a battle armor, Steve has lost all interest in driving other objects except girls. After Tony builds his special iron armor, he will no longer drive his car to pick up girls but drive the armor ha 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 ha. But since Tony wants to do his part, he must have the best of everything. Not only in terms of armor technology, but also in terms of energy. Although Tony's first-generation arc reactor is excellent, it is still within the scope of human technology and is full of technology and hard work. He needs to find a more powerful, yet harmless energy source for the armor. Steve's eyes rolled and he started to use the new elemental technology that Howard left for Tony, which was inspired by the Tesseract. Let him think about it. In the original book, it seemed that Nick Fury gave Tony the relics left by Howard in. Tony then found clues in the video and used the architectural model left to him by his father to create new elements. This new element completely replaced the palladium element in the first generation of reactors, solving the palladium poisoning problem that was most fatal to Tony. This matter is quite important. I have to find an opportunity to talk to Tony about it and ask him to give me a task. I will put it on Hydra and then convert it into a system task. But first, we have to figure out how to steal the relics Howard left in SHIELD, take them out and give them to Tony. Then guide Tony to discover the secrets of new elements hidden in the model Howard left him. Well, that's it. I won't act anymore, I'll rob SHIELD another day. Nick Fury, who was far away in the Triskelion building, sneezed and suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if someone was plotting against him behind his back. The more Steve thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He patted Tony's shoulder vigorously, revealing his big white teeth. "Nephew, I'm here with you, just go and burn some incense, Tilda." Hey. Tony was almost knocked to the ground by Steve's sudden attack and couldn't help but yell. "Shit, what the hell are you doing? You're not dead yet, why should I burn incense?" Although there is no custom of burning incense in the United States, Tony, who learned Wing Chun from a Chinese master for 2 years, has some understanding of the meaning of burning incense. But in his opinion, aren't those things burned for the dead? Chapter 29 New Elements, Bucky's Guilt. Steve tapped the reactor on Tony's chest and smiled like a typical bad uncle. Burning incense is not what you understand it to be, but even if it is what you understand it to be, it is still what I burn for you. Don't think I don't know, uncle. Although the thing in your chest saved your life, the palladium in it can threaten your life at any time. Tony's pupils shrank in disbelief. How did you know? Apart from him, only Ethan, who was assisting him at the time, knew about the key palladium element in the reactor. It was impossible for a third person to know about it. Steve tilted his mouth and smiled proudly. Hee, because I'm a genius, I can understand the internal structure of your little toy at a glance. Tony listened to Steve's boasting with disbelief. Genius, you're just a muscled brute, then recite the 118 basic elements to me first. Steve had no idea how to remember all 118 elements, so he coughed awkwardly twice and skillfully changed the subject. That's not important. The key is that the 118 elements in the periodic table are actually wrong. It should be 119. Tony despised Steve even more after hearing this. It's not enough that you couldn't memorize it, you couldn't even count it correctly. I was really praising you for being a muscle man. What? Are you trying to say you created a new element? Steve shrugged, unmoved by Tony's taunting. Of course, I don't have that ability, but your father does. Howard once discovered a new element on the cosmic cube, but he couldn't create it due to the limitations of that era. He left this new element with infinite possibilities to you and believed that with your talent you could definitely produce it, and it could completely replace the palladium element in the reactor. This new element is Howard's last gift to you, a gift that can save your life. Tony froze in place upon hearing this, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. A mixture of emotion and regret. He did not doubt the truthfulness of Steve's words because he believed that his father really had this ability, and he also believed that Steve would not use his deceased father to deceive him. After a long silence, Tony murmured in a low voice, "Really, you old man, you've been dead for so long and you still want to save my life. But on the day you died in the car accident, the last words I said to you were complaints about you." The atmosphere in the air was filled with sadness, and everyone present was silent. Bucky, who had been standing quietly nearby, felt almost consumed by the guilt in his heart when he heard Tony's murmur. He couldn't help but reach out to Tony's back, wanting to confess everything to him and tell Tony about his crimes. Steve reached out and put his hand on Bucky's shoulder to stop him, shaking his head at him, indicating that now was not a good time to confess. Confessing to Tony now would do neither of them any good. Tony and Bucky don't have much of a friendship now, even though Steve saved Tony's life, which made Tony's friendship with him rise rapidly. But once the death of his parents is involved, the friendship between him and Tony will no longer be of any use. Tony will definitely lose his mind and want revenge on Bucky at all costs. Of course, Steve didn't think Tony was wrong to seek revenge. If it were him, he would make the same choice as Tony, and he would not hold back like Tony did in the original book. If his soul was Tony, not only would Bucky's body be torn into pieces, but even his name would be twisted upside down, becoming. But he is not Tony Stark in this life after all, he is Steve Rogers, Bucky's brother. Steve's soul saved his life, and he couldn't stand by and watch Tony kill Bucky. And Tony killing Bucky doesn't actually solve any problems. On the contrary, after calming down, Tony realized that the fault was not actually Bucky himself, and he might fall into a vortex of self-doubt and fall into darkness completely. After all, Bucky is just a weapon of Hydra. It is never the weapon that is wrong, but the person who uses the weapon. Fundamentally speaking, it is not Bucky who is wrong. Although this statement seems far-fetched emotionally, it is reality rationally. He admitted that at this point, he was being unfair to Tony, like a bitch who favored Bucky. However, Steve will compensate Tony in other ways, not with new elements but with a mistake Tony once made, the same as Bucky. The little witch who also lost her parents indirectly because of Tony and will definitely take revenge on him in the future. Bucky being controlled to kill Tony's parents and the missile made by Tony being used by others to kill Wanda's parents are essentially the same. It's not the weapons that are at fault, it's the people who use them. Steve protected Bucky this time, and he will protect Tony next time as well. Just consider it as compensation for this kid. Just as Steve tried to stop Bucky from confessing and communicated with him through his eyes, Tony's teasing voice came. "Are you two flirting? Oh my god, please don't tell me this cool boy is actually your boyfriend." Tusk, if my dad knew his idol Captain America was gay, he would probably die with regrets. Steve looked at Tony, who had recovered from his grief, patted Bucky to calm him down and put his arm around Sharon. "Although Bucky is very handsome, unfortunately, I'm not gay and he's not my type. This beautiful lady is your aunt, my girlfriend, Sharon Carter." Sharon leaned against Steve and smiled at Tony. "Don't listen to Steve's nonsense, just call me Sharon." "Okay, Sharon, nice to meet you." Tony made an okay gesture and looked at Bucky again. "What about this cold-blooded man who never says a word? What's your name?" Bucky saw Tony looking at him, and seeing Tony's face that was somewhat similar to Howard's, he forced a smile. "Bucky Barnes." Tony raised his eyebrows. "Your name sounds familiar, I think I've heard it somewhere before, anyway, it's nice to meet you." Bucky opened his mouth but no sound came out. Just looking at Tony's face reminded him of the night Howard died at his hands. Howard was even calling his name at that point, it was all his fault. Seeing Bucky was about to withdraw into himself again, Steve took the initiative to speak. "Of course it sounds familiar to you because according to seniority you have to call him Uncle Barnes. I came to you today to introduce Uncle Barnes to be your personal bodyguard and protect you." Tony nodded when he heard that, then he realized what was happening and turned back to look at Steve. "No, what the hell are you talking about? A bodyguard is a bodyguard. I just saw this guy's skills, he is fully qualified to be my bodyguard." "But what the hell is an uncle?" Don't think that just because you are my dad's friend and a generation older than me, your friend can also take advantage of me, you damn bastard. Chapter 30. Congratulations, Tony, you now have two uncles. Steve knew Tony would say that, showing his big white teeth, and said in a wicked tone. We both have our own opinions. I call you my nephew and you call me Steve. Of course, my friend can't take advantage of you by crossing the generation line. But Bucky really didn't take advantage of you. He was also Howard's friend and a member of our Howling Commandos, so you should call him Uncle. There's nothing wrong with that, Tilda. Tony had an ugly expression on his face when he heard this. He looked at Bucky, who looked younger than him. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he seemed to be. It seemed that he had really seen this person in an old photo with his father. Tony looked around, his pale face almost turning black. Oh no, I am the most mature one, but I am the youngest one here. There are 4 of us in total, 2 uncles and 1 uncle's girlfriend, and I'm a junior now. Steve patted Tony, who was having a hard time accepting it, and said comfortingly with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Don't be sad, nephew, this is actually a good thing, isn't it? Bucky and Howard were as close as I was back then. Like me, Bucky is a good uncle who is completely worthy of your trust. You have to know that after hearing that you were kidnapped by the 10 Rings and that there were traitors within the company, Bucky has urged me several times to come and help you through this difficult time. Tony finally accepted the reality after hearing this, nodded to Bucky and softened his tone. Although I think I should be able to handle what's coming next, thank you anyway, but I won't really call you uncle. Bucky nodded quickly, a sincere smile on his face. Of course, you don't have to call me uncle, just call me Bucky Barnes. I won't treat you as a junior either, because all this is what I should do for you. Tony didn't hear the guilt in Bucky's words, and just thought it was because Bucky and his father Howard were really close friends. He nodded and looked at Steve again. Look at Barnes, he is also a friend of my father, he is so humble and friendly. Can't you learn from other people's good behavior, be less harsh with your words, and stop using your uncle status to bully me? Oh, okay, nephew, I got it, nephew, Steve agreed readily and was determined not to change. Tony, a middle finger JPG. Telling you this is like playing the piano to a cow. Forget it, you can say whatever you want, but how did you know there was a mole in my company? Did you secretly investigate? Steve said calmly. It's simple, your route is a safe one arranged by the military. It's not likely to be attacked by terrorists, so someone must have leaked your route. Besides you people at Stark Industries, only the military knows about this route. The military would never leak the secret. If you were attacked under their protection, it would do them no good to spread the news. So it can only be someone within your company, because if you die, only the top executives at Stark Industries will benefit from it. Tony nodded and acknowledged what Steve said. He actually had some suspicions that there was a mole inside the company, but he had never confirmed who it was. You're right, do you have anyone you suspect? Steve simply nodded. Of course, I've seen the photos of your group of Stark Industries executives. Among them was a wicked bald guy named Obadiah Stan. I knew he was no good the moment I saw his face. He was most likely the traitor. After listening to Steve's analysis, Tony was speechless. The evil bald man and his facial features, you suspect Obadiah is a traitor based on these 2 points. Are you serious? To tell you the truth, Obadiah was also my father's friend. After my parents died in a car accident, he supported the entire Stark Industries during the years when I was immersed in grief. He was the one who pulled me out of the abyss and allowed me to take charge of Stark Industries again. He is the least likely to be the traitor. Steve pursed his lips and said disapprovingly, what's impossible? He and your father are just business partners, and this kind of business friend is the most unreliable. Why can't he sell you out for his own benefit? You are not his biological son. For him, if you die, won't he be the one who benefits the most? Besides your safe route, isn't he the only one in Stark Industries who knows it, besides your secretary Pepper Potts? You actually understand this yourself, but you're just trying to comfort yourself and deny it, aren't you? Every word Steve said pierced Tony's heart. His clear blue eyes seemed to be able to see through Tony's heart, leaving Tony unable to utter a word of rebuttal. Because Tony knew very well in his heart that what Steve said was most likely the truth. Steve sighed when he saw that Tony was still unwilling to give up and said, "I know that after Howard's death that guy had a great influence on you. It's normal that you don't want to easily believe that he is the mole. But the facts are facts and cannot be changed. With just an investigation I can put the evidence that he is a mole in front of you. Trust me, Uncle Rogers, I have decades of experience fighting on the battlefield and I have never misjudged a hostile enemy." Tony muttered silently after hearing this. "In fact, you only spent a few years on the battlefield, you spent decades in the ice." Steve was furious after being exposed by Tony and pointed his finger at him. "Damn it, you big piece of shit, shut up, adults are talking, kids, don't interrupt casually, anyway just trust your uncle." Seeing Steve getting angry, Tony quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I believe you, but promise me I'll handle this matter myself and you don't interfere." Steve calmed down and shrugged nonchalantly. "If you want to solve it yourself, then solve it yourself. But from today on, Bucky will always be with you to protect you until your crisis is completely resolved. Understand?" Tony wants to solve it himself, which is perfect. He can use this time to find a way to get back the relics Howard left behind in. Tony made an okay gesture, indicating that it was okay. Having a super macho uncle he can trust around him does make him feel more secure. Because although his iron armor has been completed, it is impossible for him to wear it all the time, there will always be a time to take it off. The presence of Bucky effectively prevents him from being attacked by others after taking off his armor. Tony was suddenly stunned when he thought of this. Hey, why did I say again? After being kidnapped by the Ten Rings once, Tony has become much more cautious. In the original novel, if Obadiah had not lacked a qualified and trustworthy bodyguard, his sneak attack might not have been successful. Happy is okay as a driver and director, but he is not good enough as a bodyguard. Chapter 31, Tony's Money Power. Steve nodded when Tony agreed. This time, the prototype in Tony's cave was blown up along with the cave itself. It is highly likely that Ironmonger will not appear. Instead, Obadiah is just an ordinary person. With Bucky by Tony's side, he can't cause any big trouble. But to be on the safe side, Steve turned to Bucky and said, "Bucky, watch out if Obadiah does anything wrong or if Tony shows any signs of being ruthless, just crush that evil bald guy to death." "I will," Bucky nodded grimly. Tony was embarrassed and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Hey, is it really okay for you two to plot loudly in front of me like this?" Steve glanced at him and said calmly, "I told you, adults are talking, so don't interrupt me, kid." "Me, a child?" Tony pointed at himself and wanted to argue, but then he realized that in front of these two centenarians he really seemed like a child. "I had to learn Steve's trick of changing the subject. Let's not talk about Obadiah for now. Why were you able to fly just now? And why is Barnes so young too? Did he also get the super soldier serum?" After finishing the business, Tony asked two questions that he was curious about. He saw clearly how Bucky jumped several meters high and how Steve flew with the armor. Hearing this, Steve started talking nonsense. "First of all, I am the only one in the world who possesses the genuine super soldier serum. As for my flying ability, it should be the mutation effect of the super serum caused by being frozen in Antarctica for decades. Because when I woke up, not only did my strength continue to grow, but my ability to fly also naturally developed over time. Anyway, the genuine super serum has been lost and no one knows what its real effect is. As Steve is the only person who has been injected, what he says is the final word. Super serum can mutate." Tony was stunned at first. Then he thought of something and said with relief, "But it seems possible. A couple of years ago, when the military was replicating the super serum you had, they also created a mutant green giant. That guy's strength is even more terrifying than yours, Tilda." Steve glanced at the Tony in his imagination. Although he knew that Hulk mutated because of gamma rays, he did not refute Tony but continued. As for Bucky, he tragically fell off a cliff during a mission against Hydra. He was taken away by Hydra and had his body modified and was injected with Hydra's pirated super serum. Afterwards, Hydra brainwashed him into an emotionless humanoid weapon, and he was usually frozen in a freezer except when he was on a mission. That's why Bucky and I have maintained our youthful appearance, and I only recently brought him back to self-awareness. Sharon, who had always been well-behaved and obedient and never interrupted the men's conversations, looked at Steve suddenly when she heard this and opened her mouth to say something. But Steve had anticipated this and tightened his arms around her, forcing Sharon to stop herself from asking the question that was about to come out of her mouth. But even so, she was still shocked in her heart and couldn't believe that the Hydra that was destroyed by the Captain and Aunt Peggy still existed in the world. Bucky, who had been listening, also froze all over, and his head slowly turned towards Steve. "No, buddy. Is that right? You just told me not to confess, so why are you telling me everything now?" Steve gave Bucky a look that said, "Don't worry about me while I do the work." Sure enough, after listening to Steve's story about Bucky, Tony didn't react much to the existence of Hydra. Instead, he felt a little sympathy for Bucky and patted him on the shoulder. "No wonder you've been so quiet from the beginning. I imagine you haven't had an easy time these past few years. Hydra must have manipulated you into doing a lot of bad things you didn't want to do. But don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault, it's Hydra's fault. Because of my identity as an arms dealer, I'm often called a murderer and a warmongerer, so I understand you." Steve looked at Tony, who was comforting Bucky, with a strange look and thought to himself, "I hope you can still think this way after you know that Hydra also controlled Bucky to kill your parents." Sure enough, when something doesn't happen to you, your attitude when looking at it from a third-person perspective is often completely different from when it happens to you. Even Iron Man, Tony Stark, is the same. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The purpose of his visit had been achieved, and it was about time for Steve to leave. "Since you two are getting along well, Bucky will be following you from today. Listen to your Uncle Barnes in everything, okay? Stop talking nonsense. Do you really treat me as a kid?" Tony felt sympathetic towards Bucky and did not have any aversion to him. He raised his middle finger to Steve to show that he understood. Steve smiled and turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned back to Tony and said, "By the way, the key clue to the new element your father left you is on a future building model. Remember to find it and study it. There is also a relic of your father at S.H.I.E.L.D. Give me a mission now and I will get it back for you." Tony nodded, then asked in confusion, "My father left some relics in S.H.I.E.L.D. How come I didn't know about it? And why do you need me to give you a task when you can just get it back for me?" Steve raised his fist and said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense, just give it to me when I tell you to. I'm still working at it. As Howard's son, you have the right to inherit the relics. I have to have a reason to take it, understand?" Under Steve's coercion, Tony nodded helplessly. "Okay, then I'll entrust you to help me retrieve my father's belongings from S.H.I.E.L.D., and after you're done, the commission will be $10 million. Steve's body trembled. "How much did you say?" Oh my God, I didn't expect that he just wanted Tony to send a mission so that he could accept the system mission, but there was actually an unexpected surprise. Tony looked at the shocked Steve and felt secretly happy. For him, spending $10 million to see the shocked face of this pretentious guy was totally worth it. Tony's mouth curled up like a dragon king, and he continued proudly. "Why, you think it's not enough? I can keep adding to it. 20 million, 30 million, 100 million US dollars. Is that enough? Do you need me to add more?" Every time Tony added 10 million, Steve's body would tremble, almost turning him into a vibrator. He quickly reached out to stop Tony's inhumane behavior. "Stop, stop, stop. 10 million is enough. Don't add any more. If you add any more, I'm afraid I'll be unable to control myself and retire on the spot, sinking into a life of luxury and extravagance." Steve has not forgotten that his ultimate goal is to become stronger, not to make money. Just have enough money, don't let it corrode your brain. When he's strong enough, he'll just say, "I don't eat beef anymore, how much does it cost?" Chapter 32. Sharon Carter was turned against by Steve. Tony raised his eyebrows with a hint of teasing on his face. Hey, I didn't realize you, a shameless old man, have such strong self-control. I thought you couldn't help but let me keep adding tilde. Steve snorted coldly and said with a righteous look on his face, "Humph, I'm Captain America, why would I care about money that stinks like dirt? To be honest, I have never touched money, and I am not interested in money." Tony heard this and said leisurely, "Oh, so that's how it is. Then I won't insult the dignified Captain America with filthy money. Please help me get my father's relics back for free tilde." Upon hearing this, Steve took Sharon and turned away as if he had made up his mind, leaving only one sentence to Tony. "After this is done, 10 million US dollars will be put on my card. If there is 1 cent missing, I will break your legs." After leaving the beach villa and getting in Sharon's car, Steve spoke first before Sharon could ask, "Sharon, do you believe me?" Steve's main point is to speak first and take the woman's way, leaving her with no way to go. Sharon was stunned for a moment, then replied firmly, "Of course, I trust you more unwaveringly than anyone else in this world." Steve was very satisfied with Sharon's attitude, but on the surface he looked very serious. "Since you trust me, don't ask too many questions about Hydra for now. I can't tell you too much information for now because it's too complicated for you to grasp. I can only tell you that Hydra does still exist in the world, and it's even right before our eyes. Even SHIELD is not completely safe." Sharon's pupils trembled and she had a guess in her mind. Could it be that even SHIELD has been? Movie star Steve nodded and said meaningfully, "Yes, I told you before because I have been fighting against Hydra for many years in the past. I am extremely sensitive to the agents around me, especially Hydra agents. That's why not long after I woke up, I noticed something strange in SHIELD, as if there were a pair of invisible eyes staring at me, monitoring my every move." Surveillance. Sharon's heart skipped a beat, and the first person she thought of was Nick Fury. Because monitoring Steve was the task Nick Fury gave her. Could Nick Fury be Hydra? God, no way. Sharon was shocked by her own guess and was stunned. Steve next to him raised the corner of his mouth slightly and started to induce again. "Do you know where I found Lieutenant Barnes, who was controlled by Hydra? It was during the last operation to rescue Natasha. He was the killer who hunted down Natasha and the nuclear engineer she was escorting. While Bucky followed the special rescue mark left by SHIELD, found Natasha and killed the nuclear engineer. As a senior agent of SHIELD, you should understand what this means, right?" Sharon's mind was already a little unsettled when she heard this. She certainly understood what this meant. This means that there is definitely a Hydra undercover agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., and his status is definitely not low. Because every senior agent of SHIELD leaves a different special mark, and as a level 7 agent, Black Widow Natasha, only senior agents above level 7 can understand the meaning of her mark. The senior agents are all the elites of the elites selected by Nick Fury himself, so it can be said that there should be no traitors. If there is, it only means that the person who selected those senior agents has problems. Sharon was successfully induced by Steve and asked again, after Bucky regained consciousness, did he remember who was controlling Hydra? No, Steve simply shook his head and every word he said was a lie. Bucky said that man was very cautious and he never saw his true face. He only remembered that he was always in the shadows and his whole body was so black that apart from a row of big white teeth, he looked nothing like a human. Cautious, dark-skinned, with big white teeth, Sharon was almost certain that the man was Nick Fury. After all, in the entire SHIELD, except Nick Fury, there is no black person who is a senior agent above level 7. You mean Nick Fury is from Hydra, but if he was the one who controlled Bucky, why did he send you to rescue Natasha? Isn't this contradictory? Steve was not at all flustered by this question and explained calmly, because he needs to prove that he has nothing to do with this matter. Think about it, Natasha's mission to escort the nuclear engineer was personally ordered by Nick Fury. Only he could have helped Bucky find Natasha, one of the best in SHIELD, so quickly and accurately. In order to avoid suspicion later, he sent a representative who could convince the public to rescue Natasha. My identity was undoubtedly the best way to clear his suspicion. I guess he thought that Bucky had the coordinates of Natasha's location that he gave him, and he could take out the nuclear engineer and Natasha before I arrived. But he underestimated Natasha and even more so me. He didn't expect Natasha to escape from Bucky. He also didn't expect my rescue speed to be so fast. Not only did Natasha survive, but he also lost a powerful weapon, Bucky. Seeing that Sharon was almost completely convinced, Steve took out the last straw that broke the camel's back. And the reason why I suspect Nick Fury is not without reason. In the year since I woke up, ever since I realized that there was something wrong with SHIELD, I have actually been secretly investigating SHIELD and Nick Fury. I've discovered that Nick Fury always diverts a portion of SHIELD's funds for inexplicable reasons, and the purpose of this portion of funds remains unknown. It's very likely that he used it to train Hydra. And Nick Fury often disappears for a while, and sometimes he doesn't even seem like the same person as the last time we met. Don't you notice anything about this? Sharon was a little dazed when she heard this. In her heart, she had completely believed what Steve said, and she also felt that Nick Fury's past behavior was abnormal. Sharon had no idea that Nick Fury was embezzling funds to build safe houses for himself around the world. They don't even know that Nick Fury often disappears to meet the Skrulls, and that sometimes he seems a little strange because he is a Skrull transformed, and the one who appears is not himself at all. Once suspicion arises, the crime is established. Sharon thought of all the doubts about Nick Fury and stood on the same side with Steve without hesitation. So what should we do now? Nick Fury is now the director of SHIELD, and without any substantial evidence, we have no way to deal with him. Chapter 33, Nick Fury is beaten in a sack in the toilet. Steve nodded. That's right, Nick Fury is too powerful to be taken down by just the two of us. Right now, we can only hold off and gather substantial evidence to bring him down. So I need you to help me monitor Nick Fury, keep evidence of any inappropriate behavior he has, and report it to me. Sharon nodded and agreed without hesitation. Understood, I will continue to be Nick Fury's Agent 13 and monitor any abnormalities in him. You are the only one I can trust in SHIELD, and I believe you will not let me down. Steve raised the corner of his mouth, gently stroked Sharon's pretty face, which turned red after hearing this, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Heh, inciting the people Nick Fury used to monitor him to monitor Nick Fury in reverse. Just thinking about it makes Steve feel happy. Tilda. Big Black, I hope you can keep your secrets like me, Tilda. Otherwise, if your shitty deeds are discovered, the crime will be 1,000 times more serious than if I, Captain America, joined Hydra. My joining Hydra would be considered treason at best. And you, my $1 product, are committing treason and crimes against humanity. Once your collusion with the Skrulls is exposed, you are destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame of mankind. A month later. Originally, Steve thought that it would be a very easy task to just get Howard's belongings back from SHIELD. But unexpectedly, when Steve went to ask Nick Fury for it in Tony's name, this black-hearted guy shamelessly lied and said that Howard had never left any relics in. What's going on? Are they still coveting Howard's research technology during his lifetime and planning to leave it for those useless scientists at SHIELD to decipher? Okay, if you, Nick Fury, don't give it to me, Steve will get it himself. But unexpectedly, Steve searched the entire Triskelion building and even found the Inhumans' Terrigen crystal, but he couldn't find Howard's relics. This is fucking outrageous. How well did Nick Fury hide this thing? Is the level of confidentiality the same as that of the Cosmic Cube? Thinking of this, Steve, who had been searching for a month, was suddenly stunned. Wait, why didn't he think of this before? Howard had studied the Tesseract during his lifetime and was even the main researcher. The new element was the inspiration Howard got from the Tesseract, so it is really possible that Howard's relics were sealed together with the Tesseract. Steve, who had been searching for a month in vain, became more and more angry. He immediately put a CSGO helmet on his head. While Nick Fury was in the bathroom, he took a sack from behind him, put it on his head, dragged him into the cubicle, and beat him up. Damn it, if I couldn't beat Big Mom right now, I'd put you, the turtle HG, in a sack and sink you into the Manhattan River right here. Steve, who felt refreshed after beating up Nick Fury, had just walked out of the bathroom when he received a message from Pierce asking him to go to the Security Council floor. Steve was shocked. Could it be that right after he left, this black-brined egg came to complain about him? Steve immediately denied the idea. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although he didn't kill Nick Fury, he wanted to wake up at least until tomorrow, so it was impossible for him to complain so soon. Moreover, Nick Fury had just offended him not long ago and was beaten with a sack not long after. As the king of agents, he knew without hesitation that only a Captain America like him, who had no manners, would have the guts to attack him at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. For the sake of Big Orange, Nick Fury, the black-skinned, green-haired turtle, will most likely swallow his anger. So was it Pierce who approached him about the Hydra mission? Wouldn't that mean I can earn some reinforcement points again? Steve's eyes lit up because he hadn't gained any reinforcement points for the Howard Relic mission for a month, and he quickened his pace towards the elevator. Top floor, offices of the council ministers. Steve kicked open the office door and without even looking at Pierce, he sat down on the chair opposite him with his hips raised without any hesitation, and picked up the apple on the table and took a big bite. It seems you are in a good mood today, Captain Rogers. Nonsense, you know I'm happy to accept the mission, but you still ask you. Steve looked up and was about to spit out a few words as usual, but when he saw Pierce's face swollen like a pig's head, the apple in his mouth couldn't help but break into pieces and sprayed on Pierce's face in a physical sense. Ha 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 ha, Lao Deng, what's wrong with your face? Did someone put a sack on you and beat you like a pig? Steve pointed at Pierce, who had a white pig head exactly like Nick Fury, who had just been beaten into a black pig head by him, and laughed like a 200-pound child while holding his stomach. Dong dong dong. Pierce took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the apple crumbs off his face. He knocked heavily on the table and snorted coldly. Humph, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess and I almost lost my life. Wow, 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 you old man, stop spewing shit like an asshole. I'm going to sue you for defamation. I clearly remember that I was catching a bitch, not a white pig. Although it was rare for Steve to see Pierce embarrassed, he would not accept unwarranted slander. I didn't say it was you, but you're not immune to it. Remember the symbiote you gave me a month ago? What's the matter? Did you kill the symbiote? Steve continued to bite the apple, leaning back in the chair, looking comfortable. The symbiote was already dying when he found it, so it was normal for it to die. Pierce snorted again. Humph, Hydra is not the useless idiots of the Life Foundation. Although when you brought the symbiote back, it was already very weak. But our researchers still found the key survival substance it needed in time, which is phenylethylamine in the human body. We used a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s captured villains to devour it and successfully rescued it. Steve raised his eyebrows and clapped his hands perfunctorily. Congratulations, we at Hydra are truly amazing. So your situation is related to the symbiote. Since Pierce mentioned the symbiote, his pig head must be related to it. Sure enough, Pierce nodded grimly. That's right. Although we successfully saved the symbiote at the cost of human life, the subsequent experiment of fusing it with the human body went wrong. Steve became interested now. He sat up straight with a gossipy look on his face. Oh, what's the problem? Tell me and make me happy. I mean analyze it. You know, he still has a portion of the symbiote venom stored there. If there are problems that he doesn't know about when the symbiote and the host merge, he can also learn about them in advance to avoid these problems. Chapter 34, Deadpool keeps talking nonsense. Although Pierce was speechless about Steve's gloating, he didn't intend to hide it from Steve. Because of this emergency, he still needs Steve to solve it, and only Steve has the ability to solve it. Pierce sorted out his thoughts and slowly explained. The initial research on the symbiote was going very smoothly. It was similar to the information stolen from the Life Foundation. The physical fitness of the host parasitized by the symbiote would be greatly improved, comparable to super soldiers like you and the Winter Soldier. So after losing the Winter Soldier, I couldn't help but speed up my research on the symbiote so that I could reattach my lost arm as soon as possible. At this point, Pierce glared at Steve fiercely, obviously still upset about his behavior of forcibly taking the Winter Soldier away. But the shameless Steve didn't feel guilty at all and just kept eating the fruit from the fruit bowl on Pierce's desk. Pierce was still upset about him taking the Winter Soldier away, and he was also upset about Pierce taking his symbiote for free. He wants to take the opportunity to eat more and try to make back the money he lost for free. So I just chew it. Looking at Steve, who ignored him and just kept eating, Pierce's sagging face trembled with anger. He swore that if this guy wasn't needed for the next mission, he would have told Steve to get out on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Pierce kept comforting himself in his heart that he had already lost the Winter Soldier, his best arm, and he could not lose Steve, his second arm. It must be said that Pierce is worthy of being Nick Fury's teacher. His mentality is much stronger than that of the black salted egg. He quickly comforted himself, his face quickly regained its composure, and he continued. But as we conduct more in-depth human experiments on symbionts, we find that symbionts are actually very demanding on their hosts. If a symbiote stays in an incompatible host for a long time, not only will the host die of organ failure, but the symbiont will also gradually become weaker and eventually die. So, in order for our only symbiont to survive, I began looking for a host that can adapt to it. Speaking of the only one, Pierce emphasized his tone and looked at Steve deeply, obviously knowing something. But Steve remained unmoved, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Even if you know that I have secretly hidden the symbiote, so what? Hit me, tilde tilde tilde. Steve, who is becoming stronger and stronger, has become more and more unscrupulous in character, and is approaching a guy wearing a star-striped cloak. Seeing that Steve ignored him, Pierce had no choice but to continue. Hard work pays off. An accident allowed me to find the most suitable host for the symbiote, but it was also the worst choice I've ever made. That guy has a very strong self-healing ability. There's no need to worry about organ failure due to the symbiont parasitizing for a long time. And the phenylethylamine secreted in his brain is extremely rich, which can perfectly meet the symbiote's needs for phenylethylamine. He's like the perfect host for the symbiote. But, in my excessive haste, I overlooked an important issue, which is the controllability of the symbiote after it merges with that guy. No surprise, there was an accident, he and it lost control. Pierce said this, took out a tablet computer, clicked to play a video, and placed it in front of Steve. Steve glanced down at the tablet, and the first thing he noticed on the screen was the familiar SM electric shock chair. Steve thought he would never forget this stupid electric shock chair that almost made him piss himself. Then he fixed his gaze on the figure in the red tights with his head lowered, sitting on the electric shock chair. Hi, Daredevil. Steve's first thought was the blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen. But the next second the man spoke and directly overturned Steve's previous guess. Oh my God, I feel like my butt hurts just like when my uncle fucked me when I was 7. Don't tell me that while I was unconscious, my little Juju's first night that I refreshed today has disappeared tilde. Without even waiting for the man to look up, Steve knew who it was from the cheap voice. Wade Wilson, Deadpool, the damn guy who was cursed to be immortal by Thanos. Damn, isn't this the Marvel Cinematic Universe? How did Fox's Deadpool get in here? Steve had just come up with this thought when Deadpool in the picture seemed to be talking to him through the screen and looked up at the camera. You ask me why I'm here, haven't you seen Deadpool 3? Don't you know that I was sold back to Marvel and Disney by the damn Fox? Steve. He couldn't help but click on the screen to confirm that the video had a progress bar. This was a recording, not a live broadcast, and he couldn't help but look confused. Isn't this a fucking video? Has this guy's ability evolved to the point where he can communicate with him not only through the screen but also across time?